rubber model room welcomes all. Thanks for stopping by, answering the call. Ups and downs are normal for some of us. Many days I beg to get off this life bus. Neon lights flicker, my shadow on the wall. Dreams on the ceiling, we run and then we fall. Sharing stories over paper cups. Wheels keep turning but never enough. Life's a ride on a rickety old track, holding on tight, never looking back. In the rubber and model room we confide, laugh, cry, love in this crazy ride. Dusty postcards from the edge of nowhere, heartbeats echo in the electric air. We dance on tables without to wait, cry in the rubber and model room, we're all high.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good every whatever. Look, sir, be quiet. I'm not ready for him to speak over here. Hello, lovelies. How is everybody? And we have Music Man. You know what? Music Man goes out there and plays some football. I don't know. He the wrong team won on his channel today. So I'm just saying, I do watch. See? Y'all don't know. I be in your bushes too. Well, hello. We have a Hummer Muffin. Okay. Well, greetings, Hummer Muffin. Welcome to the channel. I'm assuming you and 80s is over there in the Crime Time channel, because he can't read directions. It says, if you want to chat with all my lovies and all my little crime watchers, you have to come to the Rubber Ramada. It's a joke. I'm a female. Okay. Well, you can be male, you can be female, you can be wherever, you could be a Martian. I'm okay with that. We allow Martians. It's okay. I have noisy dogs. Welcome in. And I was going to say something as a joke, and I didn't want to be too, because we are a little sassy in here. My daughter, she comes in here. Her name is Mrs. Muffins. So it just kind of caught me off when I seen the name Muffin. I went, oh, somebody that knows my daughter. She goes by Miss Muffins. Your name is from an autocorrect. I couldn't even imagine what that. I couldn't even imagine what you were typing to be to come out with that. Well, hello, Ava. Welcome in, love. Good to see you. Anyway, so yeah, so my Muffins isn't here yet. I don't know what she's doing. She might have gotten lost getting to the back porch. You know how she is. And 80s. I'm in the right one. You're in the right one. Okay. You moved over. You're in the right one now. I don't. Well, it's kind of hard right now until I get this channel built up, and with the issues going on with the Crime Time channel, I'm just kind of letting it sit over there. But I want it to know that it's still there, and you can click on that, and there is a way to get to where we are and where we are having fun. So, I hope you all had a great evening yesterday after we left. It was a very interesting day. We are learning so much more. And I seen a video of what it was titled "What They Didn't Tell You" in the Netflix documentary. So I thought that would really be interesting to watch too, but not today. We are going to do day 3 of the trial today, and day 4 was closing arguments. So we may just roll into that and see where we go. See how we feel later. See if we're still here, if we're tired, if we're done for our day. And by the way, new members, newbies coming in, my new crime watchers, as in my Hummer Muffin. I have dogs. They do bark. So that is my warning. I give a bark warning. It's in my original video when you come in the room. I have dogs and they bark. Right now, Meat and Lola are actually being good on their couch. So that's a good time for me to try to hit play on this thing while they're being good and quiet. I drink coffee. I hope everybody has all your coffee, has your snacks, and is just ready to rock and roll with this. And why am I not? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, smash that like button. It's free. It's free. And let's see. Boost the volume. Full screen. And turn it down a little bit. Okay. Ready? Here we go, guys. And if my light is kind of bright, I'm trying to play with my lighting. Y'all know it was so dark in here before, and now I got a new light. And it seems extra bright, and I don't know how to turn it down. So I feel like I'm like under the sunshine, which might be good for my mental health, being under the sunshine. So let's roll.
Yes, sir.
And if I forget, remind me to tell them this before we start.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to zip through the crap. Y'all know. Get the jury in here. Let's get rolling. Come on.
I see no hands. Have any of you gone online and looked up anything about this case or communicated online with anybody about this case? Again, I see no hands.
Well, I have
Appreciate
to say,
that. We are ready for our next witness.
That's a good jury. This was a jury that actually followed directions, because we come across those and they don't. Nobody seems to follow directions in jury pools these days. Hi, Journey. Good morning. Good afternoon. Sorry, y'all. I forgot today. Today is October. It is Thursday. It is October 23rd, 2025. It is 3:00 in the afternoon. Actually, it's 3:05 now. And tomorrow's Friday, and I don't normally stream on Fridays. But guess what, guys? We're gonna have a stream on Friday. We're gonna have a stream on Friday. Okay, and Denise is moving to the big screen because I look better on the big screen. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm with it today. I am all over the place. I'm just warning y'all. I have phone conversations with lawyers this morning and doctors, and so I'm on a roll.
We have medical records from Susan Lawrence from Care First Imaging.
Oh, and also, Hummer, I take notes, and at the end of the stream, I review all the crazy notes I've taken throughout the trials.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The objection, defense J will be in evidence as defense number 1. You said it's medical records
Yes, sir.
of Miss Lawrence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The defense will move into evidence that has been pre-marked for identification purposes only as defense A as defense 2. These are Susan Lawrence's medical records from the HCA Florida Ocala Hospital.
No objection.
That objection.
Okay, we're moving in her medical records. Okay. Well, I guess because we're going to go over all her ailments.
There'll be in evidence as defense number 2.
The defense will move into evidence that has been pre-marked as defense I as defense 3. These are medical records of Susan Lawrence from Doyle Phillips, MD.
Any objection? No objection.
No, Your Honor.
That will be in evidence as defense number 3.
The defense will move in what's been pre-marked as defense A as defense 4. These are
Okay, we don't need to know all that. Lola has the itchies, and she is scratching. I don't know. I think y'all want me to be truthful. Her boobies are bothering her. She hasn't had her appointment yet, and she got enlarged.
going to go in as defense 4. These are photographing
So all that banging and her wiggling and
The objection, defense
all that.
is number 6. No, I need a stipulation. Further stipulation.
Okay, here we go.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Please tell us your full name,
My name is Josh Wright. It's W-R-I-G-H-T.
and please tell us how you are currently employed.
I have my own private practice.
Doing what?
I'm an expert witness in forensic ballistics.
And how long have you been in private practice?
Approximately 11 years.
And where is your practice?
I'm based out of Asheville, North Carolina, but I testify all over the country.
Did you just fly in from Asheville yesterday?
Yes, I do.
How's the weather in Asheville?
It's
Cooler than
nice.
here?
Yes, cooler than here.
How were you employed prior to private practice?
I worked with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for approximately 9 years.
And what did you do with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I first got hired on as a crime lab technician in the evidence section. So there we brought in evidence from the 13 surrounding counties and I report that evidence to the vault. After working there for about a year, I got promoted to a forensic technologist in the latent print and photography section. So there I was assisting the latent print section. Anytime they would develop a print on a piece of evidence, I would photograph it, and then I would dodge and burn and try to develop that print so they could use it for comparison purposes. And during that time, I also became a crime lab technician, a forensic technician in the crime scene unit, and went through 6 months of training there and assisted crime scene on hundreds of crime scenes and went to autopsies. And then I was promoted to a crime lab analyst in the firearms section, and I went through a 2-year training program, but essentially firearms, we were examining firearms for proper function. We would examine fired ammunition components such as bullets and cartridge cases to determine whether they came from a particular firearm. And that's what I did up until the time that I left FDLE on my own accord. And I also continued doing crime scene during that whole time as well.
Will you please go over your educational background for us?
Yeah, I have a degree in criminology, a Bachelor of Science degree in criminology from Florida State University. And because there was no degree in forensic science at that time, I did get my training from FDLE. But at Florida State, it was a criminology degree. That's what I received.
Okay. Will you please go over your training and experience and we'll go step by step. We'll start off with firearm identification.
Sure. So that's like an apprenticeship. When I got hired on into that section, it's a 2-year training program. And so we followed a guideline from the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners. And so starting off, I did a standardized coursework in the area of the history of firearms and ammunition development. I also did the history of the science, which is firearms identification. I then did some exercises with firearms and assembly and disassembly and learning how to figure out what was broken on a firearm so I could make it function so I could test fire that firearm. And so I disassembled dozens of firearms and put them back together. I also did comparative microscopy, so I examined hundreds and hundreds of bullets and cartridge cases to try to develop my eye to make a determination whether a specific bullet or cartridge case came from a particular firearm. I also received training from outside agencies such as the the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and from them I was taught gunshot residues and distance determination. I also received training from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives in serial number restoration. I also toured over a dozen firearm manufacturing plants in the northeastern United States and one ammunition powder plant, actually south of Tallahassee.
Okay, will you please go over your training experience in crime scene and shooting reconstruction? And let's start off, I know it's probably pretty self-explanatory in the title, but just to inform us, what is crime scene and shooting reconstruction in general?
Yeah, so you're reconstructing the crime scene. You're trying to determine the events that took place during a crime. Oftentimes guns are used, and so you would do shooting reconstruction. I did this while I was with FDLE on some cases, and then
Here we go. We're going to interrupt. Muffins, my baby muffins, Ms. Muffins. We have a new muffins. We have a Hummer muffin. Just so you know. And it's a female. It's a female Hummer muffin. Muffin, meat muffin. Muffin, meat muffin. Sorry, y'all. I'm on a roll today. I told y'all I am spry, I am spunky, I am sassy, I am all the S words.
received training almost every year since I left FDLE, specifically in shooting incident reconstruction. And so you're trying to determine bullet path, shooter location, and the trajectory, which is the angle that the bullet took through a crime scene.
And ballistics in general, what is it?
I use it as an umbrella term. So the literal term for ballistics is the study of the bullet in flight. There's internal ballistics, which is how the bullet acts within the firearm. External ballistics is the study of the bullet in flight. And then terminal ballistics, which is the study of what happens to the projectile and an object that it hits. But in layman's terms, ballistics is used as kind of an umbrella term for any crime that involves a firearm. So that could be shooting reconstruction, gunshot residues, gunshot wounds, identifying bullets and cartridge cases back to guns, and just about anything that involves a firearm within a crime.
And do you have any further training and experience in ballistics that you haven't shared with the jury already?
No, just training that I've received from outside companies since I've gone private.
Do you belong to any professional associations?
Yes, I'm a member of the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners and the International Association for Identification.
Have you ever testified or been qualified to give opinion testimony in the fields of, which we just spoke about, firearm identification, crime scene and shooting reconstruction, and ballistics in general?
Yes, I have.
And how many times?
94.
Do you testify for both the prosecution and defense?
Yes, I've worked with prosecution. I have 2 cases right now that I'm working with prosecution, and I work with.
And just so y'all are aware, if y'all missed the end of yesterday, the state did rest yesterday. They had one defendant on the stand yesterday for the defense, who was Rose Smith, who never had met any of them, and she had stated she heard the very loud knocks on the door, but she was a football field away. She was the one that called 911 and said she heard the weapon shoot, but she did hear screaming a football field away. She heard screaming but couldn't make out the words. So she has supersonic ears and can hear a flea fart. So that was the first witness for the defense. This is the second witness. So the state has rested. We are on defense testimony.
Defense majority of the time.
And in those 94 times that you've testified, have they been both for the prosecution and the defense?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, we respectfully request for Mr. Wright to be allowed to give opinion testimony in the fields of firearm identification, crime scene and shooting reconstruction, and ballistics in general.
Any voir dire or objection?
Yeah, Your Honor.
All right, I'll find that you testify and form an opinion in those stated fields.
Thank you. Mr. Wright, did you look at the photographs of the crime scene and other documents in this specific case?
Yes, I did.
And what other documents did you review?
I reviewed an autopsy report and photos, I believe a deposition of the medical examiner. I reviewed crime scene photos, a crime scene report, and a video. I also reviewed some transcripts from witnesses and law enforcement officers.
Okay. What type of firearm evidence was found at the scene?
There was a Ruger LCP 22 and a Remington RM 380 model 380 caliber pistol. They're both pistols.
Yes, sir. And where were they found?
They were found in the bedroom.
Okay. Did CSI from the Marion County Sheriff's Office, crime scene investigators, did they do a trajectory analysis on the front door?
Yes, they did.
And can you tell the jury what is trajectory analysis?
So trajectory analysis is the analysis of the of objects that bullets struck during their flight through a crime scene. So we're trying to determine where the shooter was standing and what angle of impact was imparted on an object that a bullet passed through or into.
Do these tools need to be calibrated to ensure that they are functioning properly?
I knew.
Yeah, so there's several tools that you would use to do this type of analysis. One is a trajectory rod, an angle finder, and a protractor. You also have laser or string that you can attach to the trajectory rod, calipers to measure the suspected bullet hole, and then tape measures. But of all those, what really needs to be calibrated is the laser, if a laser is used, the trajectory rod, and the angle finder. If it's a digital angle finder, then you need to calibrate that.
How would one calibrate the digital angle finder?
So an easy way to calibrate the angle finder is you can do it right there at the scene. So if you have a countertop, and that's not always present at every scene, so these things should be calibrated prior to leaving your agency. But if not, then you could do it right there at the scene, say on a countertop.
Y'all, I knew this was going to happen. Remember, for y'all that were here, remember we talked about the fact that he was trying to discredit her about all her calibrations of her trajectory rods, her angle finder, and remember, and we talked, and then how I fought the Meadows police here in Houston because of their catching 2 of us on a rail. I knew they were going to challenge the fact that that officer who did all that in the crime scene investigating did not calibrate all that stuff right then and there. I knew this was coming up. I knew it.
If you have a flat surface, you can ensure that the reading on the angle finder is near 0 or within those error rates of that particular model of angle finder. Same with the trajectory rod, much like a pull stick on a pull table. You would lay it down on a flat surface, roll that trajectory rod, make sure there's no wobble in that. If there's a wobble, that means the trajectory rod is bent, which can lead to bad results. And then as far as the laser, you could place the laser on a flat surface, such as countertop, point it at a wall, mark that spot with, say, some painter's tape, rotate the laser up, rotate it 45 degrees, set it back down, point it at the same spot on the wall, see if that's still hitting the tape, and then do it another 45 degrees again, see if it's that laser beam still hitting that same spot on the tape. And that way you can know it's calibrated and the laser is not pointing off in any direction.
And what happens when the digital angle finder, the trajectory rods, and the laser aren't calibrated properly?
Well, you just can't be sure of your angles, right? So your angles are going to be off, and error rate is already brought into play when you're doing trajectory analysis. That's what's called a cone of error. And so you have a 5-degree cone of error for every trajectory analysis you do. And if your instruments aren't calibrated, then your error rate might actually be bigger than that initial 5 degrees.
In this specific case, were the trajectory rods, the digital angle finder, and the laser calibrated prior to conducting the trajectory analysis?
No, they were not.
What is the, if I mispronounce this, I apologize, the azimuth or horizontal angle calculated in this case?
So there's two angles that you're trying to find when you're doing trajectory analysis. One's a vertical angle, and that's the upward and downward angle. So if a bullet is traveling upward, then you're trying to determine at what degree and what angle it's traveling upward, or in this case, if it's traveling downward, you're trying to determine the degree of downward angle that it had before it impacted the door. Azimuth is the horizontal angle, so that's the left-right portion of the angle. And so we're trying to determine was the projectile going straight, slightly to the left, slightly to the right. And that's, you would use a protractor to determine that.
And why is that important to do in trajectory analysis?
Well, because you want to get the whole picture, right? We're trying to recreate the scene and get the whole picture of what this bullet, how this bullet was acting when it impacted the surface of the door. So you want to just, the vertical angle was determined in this case, but the azimuth was not. And so to get the whole picture, you always want to photograph what angle, left or right, the bullet was impacting the door, or if it just was going straight in.
And was that done on this case?
It was not.
You spoke about error rates. I think you said there's a 5-degree cone of error in trajectory analysis.
Yes.
For those of us who aren't ballistic people, what does that mean?
So because trajectory is not an exact science, you have to imply a cone of error to this. So a lot of times, and maybe you'll see this in this case, the laser was used, and the laser is pointing back to a specific area. And to the untrained eye, maybe that you might look at that and think, okay, the person must have been standing right there because that's where the laser is pointing. But really, because the bullet hole is bigger than the trajectory rod, it has a larger diameter, there's play with that rod. And so studies that have been done by other experts in the field have found that there's usually, during training classes, they've tested their students, and they find that there's usually about a 5-degree error just if everybody lines it up, the trajectory rod, if they line up and center it as much as they possibly can, and do it as perfectly as they can, they still find that there's a 5-degree of error. And that's with a straight rod that's been calibrated. And so what you have to do to incorporate that the rod is straight is that there's little cones that you can kind of put in those holes and then put the rod through there, and that will help center that rod. But if the cones aren't placed in perfectly, then it can be off. And so what they found is that there's usually about a 5-degree range of error, and so they call it a cone of error, which would mean starting at the hole, it would go back kind of like a cone, and the further away you get from the object that was struck by the bullet, the bigger that cone of error becomes as it extrapolates out by 5 degrees.
So in a, for lack of a better term, perfect scenario, there would be a 5-degree cone of error in trajectory analysis.
Right, and the point is that we're not saying a person was standing in a specific spot. We can't do that. We can't be that accurate. And so really what you need to do is give an area. We're trying to determine an actual area because the science isn't that precise. So the 5-degree cone gives you an area where a person may have been standing.
And such as in this case, when everything isn't calibrated and done correctly, does that mean the cone of error gets even bigger?
Yes. Yeah, in this case, the cone of error will be bigger, and that's also was determined by me because the angle finder was off by a whole degree on the same rod. And so we know that there's something going on either with the angle finder or the rod. On the inside, I believe it measured 7.8 degrees downward angle, and on the outside, it was, I believe, 8.8 degrees, and I may have that backwards. But it was a full degree off. And so we know the tolerance of the angle finder is 0.1 degree. And so a full degree is out of calibration.
I know Faces. That name is not a name I know, but I believe that's Fanny Pack. And I bet Fanny Pack, she's in the She's in the other room. There's a link pinned at the top. If any of y'all that want to chat can come over to the Rubber Ramada room reviews, and the chatters are over here. I'm dual streaming because I'm working on building up hours on this channel. So, and I wanted to let the viewers know, yes, you are Fanny Pack. See over here, you show Fanny Pack. I don't know why, but in the true crime with Sheila, Crime Time with Sheila. Look, I can't even talk. Crime Time with Sheila. I don't know. Y'all's names are showing ats. And over here in Rubber Ramada Reviews, you have your name. So if you want your name, come to Rubber Ramada Reviews.
So in this case, what would the cone of error be? It's not 5%. What would it be?
It's really hard to say. I didn't have an opportunity to examine this door myself. It had been patched, and by the time I was involved, the door had been.
Sir, let me tell you. Hold up a minute. They got the door in court. Sir, does he need to see the door? Because they have it in court, and they have the horrible patch job that the landlord tried to do instead of buying a new door from the bullet hole going through. Sir, don't. Go ahead and say what you need to say about the door, sir. Go ahead.
So in this case, what would the cone of error be? It's not 5%. What would it be?
It's really hard to say. I didn't have an opportunity to examine this door myself. It had been patched, and by the time I was involved, the door had been patched and the hole was patched, so I couldn't do my own. So it's hard to say without doing it myself. What I would extrapolate out. I think a reasonable is 10 degrees of error. Just double that 5 degrees, just because we don't know. We know that something was out of calibration. We just don't know exactly how much. It could have been more or less than 1 degree.
And from your testimony, it's clear that in your opinion, the trajectory analysis in this case wasn't done correctly.
Correct.
What is ejection pattern analysis?
Wasn't done correctly.
Ejection pattern also. Semi-automatic handguns are a type of handgun where they have an actuating top portion of the gun. This top portion, when the trigger is pulled, will move rearward under the pressures of the cartridge case and the bullet. An extractor will grab that side of that cartridge case head, and it will pull it out. And as it pulls it out, there's a little extractor that will hit the bottom left side at like 7 o'clock on the cartridge case, and it will kick that cartridge case out of the firearm. About 80% of handguns will eject back into the right. Some handguns that are semi-automatic will have ejectors in different places. They'll have a firing pin that acts as an ejector, or the extractor will be at 12 o'clock, and so they may go straight up and back. But firearms that have an extractor at 3 o'clock and an ejector at 7 o'clock, most of the time will eject back into the right. And if you have the right substrate and the right surface, such as carpet or sand or grass, those cartridge cases will land, and they will pretty much stay where they land. And so you can get an idea of where a shooter was standing within a scene if you've got, a couple of shots, say 3 or 4 or 5 cartridge cases that are all in one area. Then you can make a pretty good determination that, again, it's going to be an area, right? We can't be specific, but we're going to know that the shooter was probably standing in a certain area.
Was ejection pattern analysis done by FDOE in this case on the Remington 3?
Wait. The bullet was on the kitchen counter, so they're trying to say she was way over there by the kitchen when she shot at the door, and she hit that door center mass like that. That doesn't sound plausible, but okay, let's continue to listen.
I don't believe it was done in this case by FDLE.
Now, the Remington 380 that I just spoke to you about, how does that firearm eject cartridge cases? Pretty much like every other one, or is it different?
Yeah, and that firearm had an extractor at 3 o'clock and an ejector at around 7 o'clock area, and so I would fully expect that to eject back into the right.
Did you do ejection pattern analysis on this specific case on this firearm?
I did not.
And why is that?
Well, for one, the location of the cartridge case, it was found on a countertop. I can't replicate that. I can't go to the scene and shoot live ammo, right, and try to replicate that with all the walls and countertops that are there.
How do we know? Has anybody said? How do we know? Has anybody said did she pick the bullet up and put it on the counter, or is that where it naturally landed? I don't think anybody said. I'm not sure. And Indie Girl in the house, but I can tell you, Indie Girl is in the Crime Time with Sheila room because she's got the little @ symbol. If you want to be Indie Girl without your @ symbol, we are in Rubber Ramada Reviews room. It's attached at the top of your page where you can click and come join the rest of us.
and it would be too costly to try and build that out and get exact measurements to do it at a different location. Secondly, the surface of the floor in this apartment or this domicile was tile. I don't think the cartridge case actually hit the floor, or else it probably wouldn't have ended up on the countertop. But with ejection pattern analysis, only soft surfaces can help with ejection pattern analysis. Hard surfaces, cartridge cases will actually bounce erratically, and they'll bounce left, they'll bounce right, and so they may initially go back into the right and then bounce back forward on hard surfaces. So ejection pattern analysis pretty much goes out the window when you have a hard surface. But again, I just want to reiterate that in this case, the cartridge case was found on the countertop, so I can't be sure that it even hit the floor.
Since you did not do a ejection pattern analysis on the firearm in this specific case, can you still do a true shooting reconstruction?
Absolutely, yeah. I can look at the photos. Trajectory rod was placed into the door with a laser. There might be a bigger cone of error.
Look at that. See there? You got your name and your flag, love. See that? I don't know why. I don't know why that channel is not letting. And he says, "Hey, y'all, hey." I don't know.
Involved, but I still think it gives you a good idea of where the shooter was standing. I think the location of the physical evidence, the cartridge case, also helps determine that as well.
Gunnar, will we start the PowerPoint presentation?
Sure.
Presentation. Oh, we have a presentation.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Wright, where was the
I'll talk extra
cartridge
loud.
case found?
It was found on the countertop
Glad
in
to
the
hear,
kitchen.
love.
Okay, and why is that important to you in your trajectory analysis and reconstruction of the scene?
Well, again, we have limitations within this dwelling, right? So the fact that the cartridge case is on the countertop can help me figure out where the shooter was standing, where Ms. Lorincz was standing in this scene.
Okay, considering where the cartridge casing was found, can you tell us where Ms. Lorincz was when she shot the firearm?
Yeah, it's my opinion that she was probably standing in front of that countertop, not in the kitchen, but yeah, maybe like in this photo here, near the table and chair. I would put her out, as far as I feel comfortable extending her out away from the kitchen and towards the door would probably be about 10 feet ejection pattern, especially 380 auto 9mm. They can eject upwards of 10 to possibly 12 feet. And so I would suspect that she was standing in front of the kitchen by the table and chair when she fired.
If she was standing in front of the kitchen, close to the little table and chair area, how did the cartridge casing end up in the kitchen area?
I think the most likely scenario would be that it bounced off of that painting or that wall.
You're talking about this painting right here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it would have likely bounced off that. It's hard to be 100% sure, but just knowing.
Nope. Too much speculation. This is a trial, sir. Nope. Y'all, I have problems with this. Just as a layperson, not a lawyer, just as a little housewife watching in, giving my thoughts and opinions. No.
How cartridge cases act when they eject from a firearm, looking at the hole in the front door, and seeing that it doesn't have a lot of azimuth angle to it. It's pretty much, it looks like it went in at 90 degrees with a slightly downward angle. I think that she was probably facing that door, and so the cartridge case would have bounced or ejected back into the right and potentially off the wall onto the countertop is what I think would have happened.
And let's go to the next photo. And this is the painting that you're speaking of, right?
Yes.
And this is the table, the chair area that you said she was
I want to know. I want to know, how do they not know she wasn't closer to the door and picked up the bullet casing and set it on the counter? Do you think she's going to tell the truth about that? I don't think so, but I just don't find this
around.
Correct.
So would you say she was right around here or so?
Yeah, I would say that would make sense.
Based on where the cartridge casing was found in the kitchen area.
Correct.
Where was the bullet entrance located on the door?
I believe it was 4 feet and 4 inches off the ground, and I think it was 9 7/8 inches from the open edge of the door.
Okay, and can you say that one more time?
Yeah, it was about 4 feet 4 inches from the ground, high on the door. And then I believe it was about 9 7/8 inches in from the edge of the door. That is the open edge when you open the door.
Okay. And the entrance and exit of the hole were both the same distance away from the edge of the door?
Yes, from what I could tell from the photos, they look to be good photos, taken correctly. They look like they're about the same. I mean, I could be off by maybe less than 1/8 of an inch, just because it's a photo, so I can't be exact. But that's what it looks like to me. Is they look like they're about the same distance away from the edge of the door.
And the exit hole was below the entrance hole?
The exit hole is about 1/8 inch below the entrance hole, from what I could see in the photographs with the tape measure.
Is that significant to you?
No, that's not like a drastic downward angle. This hole is pretty round. It looks like it's struck at about 90 degrees. Now, between 90 and 70 degrees, a hole is going to look round. It's not until you start getting at more acute angles that you really start seeing an oblong effect to a bullet hole. So this hole looks pretty round. So yeah, it looks like it went straight through.
And did the photographs look to be taken correctly?
Yes, for the most part, they're photographs when you're doing crime scene. You want to really get down at eye level to a defect and take that picture. You don't want to be standing over the picture and looking down or looking up or to the side. You really want to just get straight on and photograph at 90-degree angle. And I believe for the most part that was done in this case.
What are gunshot residues?
Gunshot residues are partially burned and unburned gunpowder particles and lead residue and soot that comes out the end of a firearm when it's fired. These residues, much like a flashlight, if you put a flashlight to a wall against a wall and start moving back, that diameter of that light will get bigger and less dense, and these powder particles act the same way at different distances. Up close, you'll see a lot of soot and powder. As you get further away, the soot and powder pattern will grow larger in diameter and less dense.
In this specific case, were there any close range gunshot residue drop-offs?
I didn't see any residues in the photos, and I didn't see anywhere in the crime scene notes or report where they were mentioned.
And there weren't any present on the door?
Not that I could see.
Okay, and what does that tell you?
So this is just a way to do distance determination. So we know that soot drops off at about 18 inches, and a powder pattern will drop off around 3 feet. And so really what these residues can do is give you a distance away from an object, a distance from the muzzle, which is the end of the firearm, to an object.
So that tells you that in this specific case that Ms. Lorincz wasn't, based on what you've seen in the pictures, Ms. Lorincz wasn't close to the door when she fired.
Right, and I wouldn't expect, just to clarify, a lot of powder to stick to a non-porous surface like this door, but soot would definitely be present if it was close. But powder may have a harder time sticking to the door. But again, if she was 3 feet from the door, the cartridge case wouldn't have landed on the countertop.
Were you able to do trajectory analysis on the bullet defect?
Therefore, my theory of she picked up the bullet and set it on the countertop or the casing and put it on the countertop. But that's just my theory. We can all speculate and have ideas, but I just have a hard time. Even 3 foot away from the door is not. How would it end up all the way in the kitchen, still 3 foot away?
The front door by looking at photographs.
Yes.
And how did you do that?
Copious photos were taken with a trajectory rod, with a laser on it, with measurements. So I can look at all of those, and it helps me get an idea of the angle that was the bullet was traveling when it struck the door.
Okay, and can you explain what this is, the photo that the jury is looking at currently?
Yes. So you're looking at the edge of the door. The door has been open and you're looking at the edge. This is a trajectory rod that has been stuck through the hole that was produced by the bullet. And on either side of the door there, you have 2 black cones that helps to center that rod within that hole. And again, there's an error rate with that, right? We can't be sure that's perfectly centered, but those cones will help you. Otherwise, you have a rod just in a loose hole that will be way off and way out of whack. So those cones help center that rod, and what it does, it helps give us a visual of how much of a downward angle that bullet was traveling when it struck that door.
And where would it seem the bullet traveled from?
So the door was closed at the time of the shooting, and so the door, when you look back to where that bullet came from, it came from the kitchen area or that table and chair area.
And why didn't you look at the door yourself?
By the time I was involved in this case, the hole had been patched, and I believe the door had even been replaced.
Okay, and what is your opinion regarding where Ms. Lorincz was when she fired that firearm?
Well, my opinion is I can't confirm or I mean, I I can't deny her story that she was by the table. I think the location of the cartridge case is consistent with that. I think the trajectory of the projectile through the door is also consistent with her being in front, facing that door. I think that the cartridge case limits how far or how close to that door she was. And so I would agree that she was probably back somewhere by the table and chairs. I think that's the correct
And
area.
how much distance would that be?
From the door or
Yes.
from the kitchen? I believe that's, it looks to be over 10 feet from the door. So she was probably, looks like close to 15 feet, 12 to 15 feet.
And would that be consistent with what she told law enforcement?
I believe that is consistent with what she told law enforcement, yes.
Okay. Have you also taken a look at different pictures in regard to this case that were taken by CSI?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Have you
This picture is showing 10 feet 8 inches away from the door. He was just stating 3 to 4 feet. This doesn't add up.
taken a look at the picture of a wound on the deceased's hand, right hand?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And based on your education,
Sir, he's not going to talk about the wound on her hand, saying that she beat on the door and caused a break. Don't go there. Don't. He's not going there, y'all. Is he going there?
have you taken a look at the picture of a wound on the deceased's hand, right hand?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And based on your education, training, and experience, was that wound caused by the projectile?
I can't say specifically it was caused by the projectile. I believe that wound occurred during this incident, and I believe what.
Your Honor, speculation outside the scope of.
Yeah.
That's sustained.
Okay. So they're saying the wound wasn't from the weapon being shot at her. Okay, but he was going to fix it to say that it was it occurred during this. Sir, you don't. Judge said, no, we're not
Are
going to
all
have
your
that.
opinions that you have shared with the jury today
Not gonna have
within
it.
a reasonable degree of
Sustained.
firearm identification, crime scene, and shooting reconstruction and ballistics in general?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Cross-examination, please.
Woo, cross. Get him, baby face. Justice for AJ, y'all. I'm telling you.
Or if I could see the TV screen again.
Are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
He wants to see the TV screen. Okay. Maybe he's got some questions I had. I'm just that nosy neighbor.
Good morning, Mr. Wright. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. So just to understand the basic principle of your opinion, is that your opinion is the defendant fired this weapon closer to the kitchen table in her residence, correct?
I believe she was closer to the kitchen area and that table than she was to the door, correct?
Would you agree with the general principle, based on your analysis in this case, that the farther back the defendant was from her front door, the higher the gun would be, correct?
Well, it just depends on the trajectory and the cone of error. But yeah, the further, if you really back extrapolate, that cone doesn't just rise, but it also goes down into the side. So,
Can I tell y'all something? That word, extrapolate, I hate that word. I don't know why. It's just, there's something about that word I do not like.
it's going to have to be a pretty far way back to
I don't
get outside
like
that
it.
cone of error.
Correct. But you would agree generally that
Maybe we can't use it in a sentence.
firearm was up here, correct?
Yeah, the last one. Yeah, I believe she told the person who made that diagram that that's how she was holding the firearm.
And then, but you would agree, so the closer the defendant came to the door, the lower the fire would be, correct?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Wright, I'm going to go over some questions for you. Show you statements 49 here. Would you agree that, based on your analysis, the defendant did not fire from back here in this hallway area?
Correct. I would agree with that.
You would agree that the defendant did not fire from behind this kitchen counter at all? You would agree with that?
I would agree with that.
It's your opinion that the defendant fired from somewhere, I guess, like around here, or maybe even further back towards the kitchen?
Right, I can't be exact, but I think she was far enough back that that cartridge case would have landed on the countertop.
You would agree that that's your opinion, but you did not visit the scene in this case, correct?
I did not.
You would agree that you did not inspect the gun used in this case, correct?
I did not.
And you would agree that you've never even fired the Remington 380 model that was used in this case, correct?
I do not believe I've ever fired an RM380 now.
And you would agree that you did not inspect the shell casing in this case?
I did not.
And you would agree that you did not do any testing of the physical evidence in this case?
Yeah, I didn't examine any evidence in this case, except for the photographs and the visualizations I was given in the reports.
And you make a statement about there being an angle difference, and you say that that angle difference raised some concern in your mind, correct?
That's correct.
But there was a projectile fired from the gun, correct?
That's correct.
And that projectile is metal and it's going through a metal door, correct?
That's correct.
So there would be some damage caused on the metal door by another piece of metal going through it at a pretty high speed, correct?
You mean like a hole?
Correct.
Yes.
And then the edges of that hole could have different bends, angles, correct?
You mean as they peel out away?
Right.
Sure.
Okay. And that could affect the angle
Of the bullet?
of the angle finding that was done in this case, of the trajectory.
Well, that's why you use the cones. The cones help to center that rod, so the rod shouldn't be touching any of those
Correct.
little bends of metal.
And the cones were used in this case, correct?
The cones were used to center that rod, yes.
Now, you talk about the shell casing, specifically this shell casing, states 48. And you would agree that the location of the shell casing was a factor in your opinion of determining the defendant's location in the house when she shot.
Yes, I think it binds her closer to the kitchen.
So this is a very important factor in your decision.
Yeah, physical evidence is always going to be important consideration.
And you talked a little bit about ejection pattern analysis, and you didn't do an ejection pattern analysis, did you?
No, ejection pattern analysis was not done in this case.
And this type of testing, I know you mentioned stuff about hard surfaces, but this type of testing can be helpful in determining where a person fired a gun from, correct?
It can if you have carpet or sand, or if it's an outside scene, sand and grass. Inside, it would need to be carpet.
And generally, firing a gun, doing ejection pattern analysis would at least help you determine how far a casing would even eject from a firearm, correct?
Sure, but I've fired hundreds of firearms. I've done ejection pattern analysis hundreds of times. I'm pretty familiar with how the limitations of that caliber, which is 380 auto. You're not going to see a 380 a pistol extract and eject a cartridge case and throw it 20 feet. So there's going to be a range. Usually it's around 10 to 12 feet at the most.
Excuse me. Just answer exactly the question I was asked, okay? Next question, please.
Now, sir, you could
Judge said,
have
hey.
a ejection from a 380 pistol in this case. That would be less than 10 to 12 feet, correct?
Correct?
It could be even 3 feet, correct?
Correct?
And you have no idea what the ejection pattern is for this Remington 380 because you never even fired one, correct?
All I know is that it ejects back into the right.
Okay. Now, it's your opinion that, again, the defendant fired from somewhere around here, correct?
Yes, it was, I think they said 600 square feet or 800 square feet. It was very small. It was very small. But I do believe she was closer to the door than them demonstrating 10 feet, 8 inches. If you look at the angle on the trajectory rods that they have, she would have been having to stand up. I mean, it just doesn't line up to me. And these are my opinions. Y'all have to form your own. It's a real small apartment. And I bet this guy is reflecting back now. Should I have ever got up there and did this trial?
Maybe you further back. And then you say that this shell casing from this Remington 380 firearm, which you don't even know how far you can eject from this firearm, goes back and either hits this wall or hits this painting. The canvas would be softer than drywall, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
So then it hits this somewhere over here, and then somehow does not bounce straight into the right. It then somehow goes back into the kitchen, and then takes a hard right-hand turn, and then somehow ducks underneath this cabinet right here, and goes just far enough back to avoid this lower part of the cabinet right here, and then somehow avoids this tall red spray can, and then avoids this blue can right here, and hits a very hard surface, correct?
Correct.
And just lays flat right there.
It avoided the can of Pam spray. It avoided the can of pineapples. It avoided the red onion sitting here, and it just landed right there on the counter. That's what I'm telling y'all. I haven't watched this, but this I'm having trouble believing this.
By the onion. So that's what you want the jury to believe.
Well, I think that's the best possible scenario. I don't know how else the cartridge case makes it up onto the countertop. So assuming that cartridge case landed there after being ejected from the firearm, I think she has to be close enough to the kitchen for it to get there. Exactly the path it takes, I can't be 100% positive. All I can say is that that we know there was no intervening object between her and the door. So she didn't fire through the cabinets, right? She wasn't in the kitchen firing through the cabinets whenever that cartridge case
I would
ejects out.
instruct the witness to.
Yes, sir. Just make sure you listen carefully to the question and just
And
answer the
nobody
question.
has asked the question, and I have seen nobody ask the question, did she pick the casing up and put it on the counter? I don't think anybody has asked that question. I don't think anybody has asked how had it got there. That's what's bothering me.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So you would agree that it's very hard to tell exactly where a gun was fired just looking at shell casings, correct?
I think it gives you an idea, but it's not an exact science.
And it's important to consider the circumstances around the shooting when trying to determine where a gun was fired, correct?
Such as?
Just the circumstance of the shooting, like, trying to gather the information of the crime scene, correct?
You mean the trajectory?
Trajectory, just the evidence of the crime scene, or any evidence of the crime scene that you can have or review, correct?
Yeah, all physical evidence should be looked at within the crime scene, at every crime scene.
And you believe it's important to explore different possibilities of how a casing may have ended up where it did, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. And you never looked into the possibility that the defendant could have picked up the shell casing and put it on the table, correct?
Correct. I never read anywhere that was done by the defendant or by crime scene or officers at the scene. Nobody mentioned.
Hello. Geez, does that sound like something Sheila might say?
You know how sometimes you just get that feeling like these people ain't normal? It's just like that kind of, just that sense, just that something was off.
Something was off.
Picking up the cartridge case and placing it on the counter, that would be abnormal for any of those people to do that. I've never seen law enforcement or crime scene move
Your Honor, I
evidence
would
around.
instruct the witness to be.
I think he's trying to answer your question.
Now, Mr. Wright, so you believe, again, the defendant is kind of either back here or further back when she fired the gun, correct?
I cannot deny that she may have been in that area.
And the defendant about 5 feet, 5 inches tall, you believe?
I believe so, yeah.
And so the bullet hole in the door was about 13, and the interior side of the door was about 13 inches below the top of the defendant's head, correct?
Yeah, I think I had 11 inches.
You sure about that?
I believe I measured the hole in the photos was at 4 feet 4 inches, and she's 5 feet 5 inches.
5 feet 5 inches?
Yeah.
So that's about
Foot and 1 inch. Yeah, 13 inches.
13 inches, okay. So if a gun barrel is about 13 inches below someone's head, it would kind of put the gun kind of in the middle or top of their chest area, correct?
If they're standing right up next to the door, yes.
And again, we went back to the principle that we talked about at the beginning, where the closer the defendant is to the door, the lower the gun would be, based on even your analysis of the scene, correct?
Correct. As you just mentioned, if she was right at the door, it would be 13 inches below the top of the head. So
And you would agree that gunshot residue cannot always be seen with the naked eye, correct?
there's chemicals that are used to help develop the lead that turns it purple, such as sodium urdisonate, that can help you view the gunpowder. Yes.
So your answer to yes, you cannot always view it with the naked eye, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that it's possible that fake gunshot residues could be hidden even on white doors, correct?
Possibly, yes.
And I believe you said the drop-off rate for soot, which is important for this type of door, correct?
Correct.
Is about 18 inches.
Correct.
So the defendant could have been 2 feet or even a little less than 2 feet from the door, and no gunshot residue could have been, no gunshot soot could have been found on the door, correct?
Correct, which is why you have to use other physical evidence to help determine where she was.
And then, so if the defendant is back here, or further back, when she fired the pistol, then I think from that diagram, it could have probably been above her eyes, correct?
It just depends on the cone of error.
Yes,
Again,
that's
we
what
have an
I
error rate
said.
here. We know something was out of calibration.
That's exactly what I said. It had to be way up in the air to be able. That angle did not look right to me. I should have been a detective. Not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And no, she couldn't have. She had to been standing up. She had to be a few feet away from the door. She had to be close by. I mean, she shot the woman in her center right shoulder area. And the woman is, let's go back just to review. How tall was AJ? Just for review. She was 5'7". Okay. AJ was 5'7". This woman is 5'5". Think about that for a second. That's about a 2-inch difference. And from her height down was 13 inches is where the bullet went through the door. 13 inches. That's a little over a foot. So from your height, holding the gun, holding it out,
Which makes the cone of error 10 degrees. So I'm not sure how she was holding the gun. I just know that being back by the table, she would be within that cone.
And you agree that there's no obstacle, no big piece of furniture, anything like that between the defendant and the door that she would have to shoot over, correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar with sights on a gun?
I am.
And sights on a gun are usually designed to be kind of at eye level
If you're going to use the sights, then yes, you'd put them at eye level.
and not above your head, correct?
Correct.
and we know she
And Mr.
had,
Wright,
and we also
you're being
know
paid.
that she had taken the firearm and had practice shot and had her little paper people that she had practiced at. She had said that in the interview. So she had a little bit of knowledge of how to use her weapon.
for your work in this case, correct?
Of course, yes.
The $250 an hour?
That's correct.
And how many hours are you at right now?
Oh,
I believe I'm right around 32 hours.
Thank you so much. I have no further.
Thank you. Can you redirect?
Yes, sir, thank you. Mr. Wright, how many firearms have you fired in your career?
Probably thousands.
How many times, do you think?
How many times have I fired those thousands of firearms?
Yes.
Tens of thousands.
do y'all realize that was $8,000? Y'all realize he's being paid $8,000 for this.
How many different firearms have you fired in order to do an ejection pattern analysis?
Hundreds.
How many times have you done in your work ejection pattern analysis?
Just through training and through cases, I've probably done, over 100, 200, hard to say.
Mr. Smith, the prosecutor asked you if you had ever done or fired a Remington 380, and I believe your answer was no, right?
Correct.
Based on your education, your training experience, would you expect doing an ejection pattern analysis on a Remington 380 to be any different than the other thousands that you've done?
I do not.
And why is that?
Because the extractor and ejector are in the same location as most semi-automatic firearms, which is at 3 o'clock and around 7 o'clock, and they eject back into the right.
So does it, in your opinion, expert opinion, does it matter whether you have done an ejection pattern analysis on a Remington 380 and doing the analysis in this specific case?
No, it doesn't. I would expect it to eject back into the right.
Let's look at this photo. Let's see who's asking questions about it. Now, that green laser, what is it?
That's showing you where the trajectory rod is pointing where the bullet came from. It's giving a specific line of sight.
And by the trajectory, where's the trajectory rod?
It's in the door. It's the yellow line there.
And is this the trajectory rod that was not calibrated?
That's correct.
And is that the laser that was not calibrated?
That's correct.
And the fact that the laser wasn't calibrated and the rod wasn't calibrated as well, what does that tell you in regard to how deep or how reliable this analysis is?
Well, it could be off again by 5-10 degrees. So it's pointing, it's giving you a very specific area in which the bullet traveled from with that green line. Again, it's kind of a bad visual because what you really need to do is use a cone of error to give an area. And so if you had a cone going out from that laser up and down, then it would easily incorporate somebody standing by there, and it wouldn't, look like you'd have to be, 7 feet tall to have shot a bullet from back there. The fact that it could be out of calibration, if then there's just a chance that it's pointing way higher than it should be, and it could be more level. We just don't know because they weren't calibrated.
And you're supposed to calibrate it before each and every single case, right? Before any analysis that you do.
Yeah, so what I would do is, working at the lab, then we would probably calibrate quarterly, and then I would also calibrate again right before I use it.
And this is when you were working at Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Correct.
And that standard operating procedure you have done as well in private practice?
Yes.
What have you gone over in regard to this case?
I've gone over the crime scene tech report, their photos, the video, the medical examiner's report, photos, deposition transcript, multiple law enforcement officers' narratives, multiple transcripts from Susan Lorincz herself and neighbors. I believe that was it.
In everything that you've gone over, has there been any mention at all that the the casing that was found on the kitchen counter was ever moved by anyone?
There was no mention of that, so it's not something that I can just assume happened.
Okay. Mr. Smith was asking you questions in regard to all the quote-unquote obstacles the casing had to go through in order to be found where it was found. Based on your education, training, and experience, is there any other way that, besides it being that casing could have been found where it was mentioned?
For me, it's the most likely way. Could there be another way? I don't know if I can rule out every possibility just because I don't know all the possibilities. I know there's a lot of stuff on that countertop. Could the cartridge case may have gone more back than to the right and somehow bounced under the countertop and then over that stuff? Possibly. That could have happened. That still puts her in the same position that I put her in. It still binds her to that closer to that kitchen and the door.
How does it bind her there?
Because of the limitations of the ejection of the cartridge case. Again, if she's all the way up by the door, say 2 feet from the door, the cartridge case couldn't possibly eject over 20 feet and then land, not only make it 20 feet, but then also land 3 feet off the ground at 20 feet, assuming that it would have gone even further had there been no obstacles. So I've never seen a handgun eject that distance.
How many trajectory analysis have you done in total in your career?
During my deposition, I think I said 50, which was a grossly understated amount. I'm probably closer to about 150 trajectory analysis just through cases that haven't gone to trial. But I've probably testified on, probably close to 40 cases in trajectory analysis.
Mr. Smith was asking you about GSR possibly not seen by the naked eye. How frequently does that happen that you can't see GSR?
Not super frequent. When I did more distance determination, we would do it on close. Really, on crime scenes, when if you want to determine if a bullet passed or something, then you would.
Hello, Miss Cindy, and I hope you are feeling better today. You were on my mind this morning.
Do sodium redizinate, and you would get a lead ring around a purple ring around the bullet hole, and you're just trying to confirm that that hole was caused by a bullet. You can also spray for residues on that as well. But normally you're going to see residues. If residues were deposited on an item, it's rare to be just at that distance where it is just barely there and you don't see it.
And from the pictures, what color was that door?
It was white.
In your training experience and with your education, would the color of that door, if she would have been close enough to have gunshot residue on it, would you have seen it in the pictures?
It would have definitely been easier to see residues on a white door than say a brown door or a darker color.
And going through all the police reports and all the depositions that you have reviewed, is there any mention of any gunshot residue being found on that door?
No, there's,
And since with your eye, with the pictures, you can't see any gunshot residue, and because there is no evidence.
But we have to also keep in mind that by the time he got to see anything about this door, the landlord had already patched it, covered it, did all his stuff, if he ever saw the actual door. So he's just taking stuff off reports. And they're saying there was no gunshot residue. So, but I do think they said that from 3 foot away that there would be little soot. So it's a lot of confusion. Thanks. I'm actually worse. But that's to be expected with shingles. I just woke up. Well, baby, I wish your shingles would get the hell out of here. I mean, you need to get over that shingles and feel better. Feel better. You know you're in my thoughts, love.
Evidence of gunshot residue ever being found on that door. What does that tell you?
that she was likely not within range to deposit gunshot residue on that door.
And what is that range again?
For soot, it would be around 18 inches, and with powder drops off, powder drops off at 3 feet. Powder drops off altogether around 5 feet. But again, powder is not going to readily stick to a non-porous surface.
And all of that gunshot residue, et cetera, not being found on that door is consistent with her being close to that little table area and chairs, right?
Yes, I can't deny her version of the events that she was back by the table. I think the cartridge case location supports that. And the fact that there are no residues also supports that.
Based on your analysis of this case, is it possible that when Ms. Lawrence shot the gun, that it was over her head like this?
I mean, I can't refute that. I don't know if she has training in firearms, if she knows how to shoot the guns, how scared somebody is can affect how they hold a gun. So, you know, that's not something I would opine on is how somebody was holding the gun when they shot. I wasn't there and I couldn't tell you.
But based on your training and experience with trajectory analysis, is that possible?
Hold on 1 second. He just said he didn't have an opinion on it, so you can't ask him the same question.
This judge is on it. Right, Cindy? A grown-up on the stand. We hadn't seen many grown-ups.
Are all of the opinions that you have shared with the jury in court today within a reasonable degree of firearm identification, crime scene and shooting, reconstruction, and ballistics in general certainty?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. Any additional questions?
Zero.
See excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll take a short break. 10 minutes or less. All right, thank you.
All right. And because we have that luxury of Zoom, we are on. I do too. I love it. He is so on it. He's straight. He's by the book. He's slam bam. Thank you, ma'am. We're doing it this way. We're going to go by these rules. He doesn't let anything get out of line.
God together be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help you God?
Yes.
Have a seat, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
Yeah, my name is Toby Terpstra.
Can you spell your last name for us?
You bet. Terpstra.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a 3D forensic analyst.
And what is a 3D forensic analyst?
Yeah, so I work on a large variety of cases, but like a 3D forensic analyst, in general, they're analyzing environments in 3D and objects that are within the 3D environment and the relationships between those.
Can you give me an example of that?
Sure. So could be the measurements. So if this is our 3D environment, it could be the distance or average distance to the jury from, say, a monitor in this 3D environment. That distance might be important. Or I work on a lot of vehicle accident reconstruction cases, and from that standpoint, the positions of, say, like a vehicle over time could give us speeds for that vehicle. So a lot of different applications, really.
And do you work doing photogrammetry?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yeah, photogrammetry is really the art and science of being able to take reliable measurements from two-dimensional media. So whether that's a photograph or a video. So Photographs and videos are often taken, maybe recording an event as it's occurring, or photographs afterwards of the event, right? And I guess simply put, or the way I like to describe it is you can take that two-dimensional media and reassociate it to the three-dimensional environment. And that's what we call countermatching photogrammetry. And then from that standpoint, you can begin taking measurements of physical evidence that was captured or documented by the video or the photograph.
And I think before that you mentioned 3D site reconstruction or accident reconstruction. What is that?
Yeah, so one of my areas of expertise really is 3D site reconstruction, and that involves creating an environment that's accurate based dimensionally on the location of elements or objects where they were when an incident occurred. So we're reconstructing that site and knowing exactly where different objects were in that environment. Oftentimes things change over time and they're no longer available for physical inspection. But if they're recorded again on that photograph or video, we can reconstruct the scene based on the original locations.
And do 3D forensic analysts do 3D visualizations?
Yeah, I do 3D visualizations as well. Yeah.
And what is a 3D visualization?
So it's kind of a broad term, and it could encompass a lot of different things. It could be anything from just a two-dimensional graphic of a 3D model, right? Or it could encompass...
Damn it, I'm just going to pause it. Cindy. Thank you. No, it's not a new cut. It's some new mousse. But I can't seem to spell the word moose. My mousse was not coming up right. So I just went to hair shit. I don't know how to spell moose. Y'all.
Interactive 3D environment, such as virtual reality or something like that. I would say in this case, a 3D visualization is more a reenactment of events as they occurred.
Is that kind of like a simulation, a computer simulation?
It could be. It could be also different from a simulation.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long have you been working in your industry?
So about 20 years.
And what position do you currently hold?
So I'm a senior forensic visualization analyst, 3. Don't ask me what the 3 means. I don't know.
And what are your duties there?
I'm sorry?
What are your duties there?
So I'm responsible for helping to oversee our visualization department, guiding, directing, hiring, and then I do a lot of work with other experts. So ballistic experts, fire and cause origin experts, biomechanics, a lot of other people. As you can imagine, photogrammetry, which I was just describing, there's so much that's captured on video and photograph these days that it applies to a wide variety of disciplines. So I work with a lot of different experts trying to figure out and provide good information based on photographs and video.
What's your educational background?
Yeah, so in 2001, I received an Associate's of Applied Science from Westwood College of Technology in Visual Communication.
Do you hold any professional certifications?
Yes.
What?
So I have a Part 107 remote pilot license through the FAA, or the Federal Aviation Administration. I'm also a certified forensic video technician through LEVA, which is the Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association.
And are there requirements to keep those certifications current?
Yes.
What are those?
So the FAA requires a recurrent test every couple of years for the remote pilot license, and then LEVA requires that I show 80 hours every 3 years of continued education in related fields. So,
are you a member of any professional affiliations?
Yes.
What are those? Briefly.
So I regularly contribute to a lot of different organizations, attending conferences, and then presenting, publishing, reviewing manuscripts, as well as working to develop standards in different organizations. Some of those are the Society of Automotive Engineers, or SAE. I've been a member there since 2011. I'm also a member of IAFSM, the International Association of Forensic Security and Metrology, ASPRS, the American Society of Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing, ACER, ACSR, the Association of Crime Scene Reconstructionists. And then more recently, I've been serving with OSAC, which is the Organization of Scientific Area Committees. It's actually administered through NIST, National Institute.
The defense brought in the elderly people. I just realized that. Yesterday and the day before was all children.
Standards and technology. And then I work, sorry for all the acronyms, I work for, I'm part of the subcommittee. So it's the Crime Scene Investigation and Reconstruction Subcommittee through OSAC, and then the Forensic Metrology Task Group. And one of the standards we're working on right now is developing a standard for the capture and processing of terrestrial LiDAR data.
So you mentioned, I think, teaching classes or being involved in the teaching?
Yeah, I'm an instructor as well, yes.
Okay. What classes do you teach?
So I teach a couple of classes that are once a year or a couple times a year. One of those is through SAE, again, the Society of Automotive Engineers, and that one is ACTAR accredited. It is photogrammetry and digital media analysis. I've been teaching that one since 2017, so about 8 years. Also teach a basic laser scanning certification course through IAFSM. And then just this year, I taught a class that was also ACTAR certified for the International Forensic Photography Symposium, and that was on selecting imagery for countermeasuring photogrammetry.
You weren't getting lots of acronyms.
My apologies.
Have you authored any technical peer-reviewed publications?
Yes,
About how many?
about 20.
And in what areas were those publications?
Yeah, so really photogrammetry, video analysis, 3D site reconstruction, and 3D visualization.
Have you been allowed to offer opinions in a court of law before?
Yes,
Approximately how many times?
5,
And were those appearances in civil or criminal courts?
both.
And what subjects have you provided opinion testimony in court before?
Really the same. So again, photogrammetry, video analysis, 3D site reconstruction, and visualization.
I would.
And then when you get to cross, they're going to go, and how much did they pay you an hour? And hopefully he's not going to come up with no $8,000 like the other guy that was total irrelevance. And words are hard for me today. I'm on a roll. I'm spicy and I'm sassy. Hey, Vibe, how are you? You've been cleaning house. Well, come on over. I need mine done too.
Ask that Mr. Terpstra be able to offer opinions in the area of photogrammetry, 3D analysis, and 3D visualization.
Any objection before Dyer?
No, Your Honor.
I'll allow him to testify and form an opinion in those fields.
When were you retained by defense counsel in this case?
It was October, I believe, 17th of 2023.
And do you work for free?
No,
What's your hourly rate?
it's 280.
And what were you asked to do in this case?
So in this case, I was asked to reconstruct the environment, again, including objects within the environment, and create 3D diagrams of the environment as it existed when the incident occurred. I also created visualization that includes a reenactment based on Ms. Lawrence's recollection of events.
And what case materials were provided to you?
So a lot of different case materials. I guess some of those include crime scene photographs, the crime scene report, photographs from the autopsy, as well as radiology images from the autopsy report, interviews, 911 call transcripts, depositions.
Specifically, were you given transcripts or videos of Ms. Lawrence's statements to law enforcement?
Yes.
And you said that you made a reenactment and you also recreated the scene, is that right?
Yeah, so we did a reconstruction of the scene and we also created a reenactment. Yes.
What did you have to do? What steps did you have to do to get
Oh,
there?
this is going to be interesting. Before we get to all his videos, I'm going to have to take a comfort break because we're going to be here a minute.
Like, just as an overview.
Sure. So I started by reviewing some of those provided documents and then gathering some imagery myself, so publicly available aerial imagery. I also went to the scene and I met with Ms. Lawrence. I photographed and recorded LiDAR data of both the scene and of Ms. Lawrence. I then worked in a computer software, various computer software to process that data, including camera matching photogrammetry, and create an accurate three-dimensional model with diagrams of the environment, including the physical evidence at the scene. And then incorporating all of that, I created a 3D visualization, again, based on Ms. Lawrence's recollection of events from that day.
Did you also prepare a PowerPoint presentation?
I did.
Would the PowerPoint presentation assist you in explaining to the jury some of the work you did in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish the PowerPoint?
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
This trial was actually an older trial. I believe it was from 20. Let me back up. 2023 is when the incident happened, and she went to court in August of 2024. So it's a little older trial. And the only reason I brought it up is because there is a documentary out on Netflix right now called The Perfect Neighbor. A lot of my subs don't have, some of my subs don't have Netflix. So after the trial, which was already aired, so this is kind of a rewatch, we're going to go into the Discord and watch the actual documentary that Netflix had dropped. This is just kind of getting out all the facts before we actually see the documentary. Documentary was a very hard watch. I felt very emotional because of the children. I have a very big heart for kids, and yeah, it's the mental health harm that it has done to these children is what affected me and provoked me to go back and rewatch this trial, because I didn't watch the trial when it came out. So that's why we're here. You've been wanting to see it too. Well, if you're still around, if you do, I don't know if you do Discords or not, but I can drop the link to my Discord. And like I said, when the trial's over, which it should be, we should finish it up tomorrow over the weekend. We were just going to have a pop-in Discord little thing and watch the Netflix documentary. So, but I'll drop my Discord just for anybody.
You ready to go?
It is. All right. So what is this?
So as I was referring to earlier, this is one of the aerial images I gathered. So this is from NearMap, which is just publicly available aerial data. This is from November 5th, 2023. It shows the residence where the incident occurred from an aerial view. You can see it labeled there on kind of the bottom left with address 1662.
And this?
This is a street view image from, this is Google Street View, if you're familiar. You can see the residence essentially centered in this image.
Absolutely, Ava. Love you, girl.
This is just a closer in view of that same image from Google Street View. This was recorded in May of 2023.
Now, you mentioned that you reviewed police photographs. Is that what's coming, or is that next?
Yes.
PowerPoint? Okay.
Yeah, the provided photographs were from the police in this instance. So these photographs show the residents on the night of the incident, so the night that it occurred. You can see their photographs taken from various angles walking through the scene. This is Unit 3, and then you can see the doorway there to the residence at Unit 3. That is a bullet hole or a bullet defect on the exterior of the door. Here you can see that's been marked with an evidence label A for the exit of that bullet through the exterior of the door, and B for the entrance through the interior of the door. This is a photograph taken essentially from the front door looking towards the interior of Ms. Lawrence's residence, towards the kitchen.
And is that still one of the police photos?
Yes,
We're still on these.
that's correct. This is a photograph of the kitchen. We're kind of rotating around back towards the front door a little bit. On the countertop there, you can see there is a cartridge case marked with evidence placard number 1.
And that's a closer, is this a closer up shot?
Yes.
And what is this?
So this is a trajectory rod or a protrusion rod with centering cones that was placed in the door. So this is the same entrance and exit A and B that were marked in previous photographs. Now it has a trajectory rod in yellow there going through the door.
What is this?
And see this right here, this image is what screws me up. Seeing these angle lines, this is what messes me up, y'all. Looking at this going, how can she be way back over by the table? She'd have to be up shooting above her head. It does not make sense that she was not closer to the door to me. I cannot picture it. This, see, I see my goofy ass pinkies when I talk with my hands. Squirrel, guys, squirrel. Y'all know me, squirrel. Anyways, when I see these lines, I don't picture her being way back by the kitchen. I can't. I have my thing up loud. I'm going to, I'm going to turn my thing up and turn my camera off, and I'm going to go refill my coffee while I listen.
This is a photograph of the inside of, again, the police photograph or crime scene photograph, interior of Ms. Lawrence's residence, that same yellow trajectory rod through the door, and now you see a laser trajectory has been, sorry, is there water? Can I grab a water from anybody? Apologize. So the laser has been added to the end of the trajectory rod, and so you can see it's, thank you, photographed there with a green laser in the environment.
Is that another photo of the green laser?
Yeah, so this is another photograph of that same laser. This one you can see the laser terminates on a wall above the cabinets there. Those are the kitchen cabinets.
Is this documentation that you received from the police?
Yeah, so this is a crime scene report. And there's a notation there. I'm just noting that they had documented 2 different angles with the laser or the inclinometer. The laser angle finder that they used was recorded at 7.8 and 8.8, so 2 different angular measurements.
What is this?
So this is photographs of the same. So here you can see 8.8 degrees measured vertically on the interior of the door and 7.8 on the exterior of the door. This is the front door and the door frame, including some damage, I think, in the second photograph here to the door frame. For clarity, my understanding is that some of this damage was existing prior to the incident or prior to that evening.
Is that another photo of the pre-existing damage?
Yeah, so here you see the latch plates. It's a little bit closer in, but you can see the damage to the door frame there, yes.
All right. Did you go to the scene yourself?
I did.
And do you remember when that was?
Yes, it was on February 28th of this year.
And why did you do that?
So I went there to document the three-dimensional environment. So I used LiDAR technology, a 3D laser scanner, which takes really millions of individual 3D data points that I can take measurements from anywhere within the environment. I used that data to recreate a 3D model of the environment. I also took a number of photographs documenting the conditions of the residence, both the exterior and the interior, when I visited it.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am?
I am showing you what's marked for identification as defense F. Can you take a look at that?
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
These are a series of photographs that I took during my site inspection.
And you took those photos yourself?
That's correct.
Can you thumb through them and make sure you take all of those photos?
Yes,
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the scene as you observed it on February 28th, 2024?
that's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move into evidence what's been pre-marked as defense F into evidence as defense 9.
Any objection?
If I could review them, Judge.
Sure. Any voir dire you want to conduct?
Go, Judge.
Defense F will be in evidence without objection as defense number 9.
All right. So you mentioned that you did you went to the site in February of 2024.
That's correct.
So that's a little bit after this incident happened.
Yes,
Is it your understanding that someone else was residing there at the time?
yes.
So all this stuff, this isn't Miss Lawrence's?
This photograph that's on the screen right now is 1663 address, so this is actually across the street.
Oh,
But
okay.
the photographs, subsequent photographs of the residence where Miss Lawrence was residing, there's a different resident living in that residence now.
Gotcha. All right. So what is this?
So this is a photograph from across the street at that same address, looking towards Unit 3 or Miss Lawrence's residence.
I'm just going back, is this residence, is that where Miss Owens resided?
That's my understanding, yes.
1663. And then you said that was from the address that was just shown looking toward Miss Lawrence's residence, is that right?
Yeah. So the previous photograph was taken from approximately the same location. One is looking towards 1663. This one is looking towards Miss Lawrence's residence from across the street there.
What is this?
This is a sequence of images beginning near Miss Owens' residence there and walking towards Miss Lawrence's. So here we're crossing the street. Again, just a sequence of photographs.
What is this?
So this is Miss Lawrence's residence. There's a sidewalk leading up to Unit 3 there. Unit 3 there is marked on the fence post there, if you can see it in the photograph. And then this is the front door to her residence. My understanding is that this door had been replaced. You'll note that there's no bullet hole or bullet defect in the panel of the door here in this photograph.
So this door is not the door that was involved in this case?
That's correct. My understanding is that door
Hold on one
was
second.
entirely replaced.
Listen to the question and the answer. Please don't offer stuff without my question being answered, okay?
Okay.
Next question, please.
What is this?
This is a photograph I took at the scene.
Is this the interior of the residence?
Yes.
Why is all the furniture different?
Well, it's different from the time of the incident because some time had passed and there's a new resident living there in that same space now. So new furniture, new decorations, or other things in the apartment, if you will.
What is the fancy equipment in that photo?
So that's a 3D laser scanner that uses LiDAR technology. I was referring to, this takes millions of 3D data points throughout the scene.
Is that yours?
That's correct.
Okay. Just listening from the kitchen while I'm remaking my coffee and relieving myself. And listening. Why didn't they take all this stuff out to do this? Where's the picture? Why didn't they do all this when the incident first happened? Why? I have so many questions that I need answered just as a public watcher. And these people have, what is that, a washer sitting over here in the corner? And a couple of bar stools? I mean, this isn't acceptable.
And is it your understanding that this is kind of the area inside where Ms. Lawrence's table and chairs?
Kind of the area. Ma'am, trials are for facts. It's not of a kind of the area. See, this is where...
Yes.
Some more photos of the interior.
Yes.
And the countertops and all the walls, were they the same?
Yes. So there's tile, there's countertops, there's walls, there's a number of different elements to the interior of this residence that remain unchanged from time of incident to time of my inspection.
But there is a new door, guys. There's a new door.
This is another photograph from inside the residence. You see the Faro Focus scanner. So that, again, that's my scanner there in the foreground. It's looking towards the front door from the interior of the residence.
And what about this?
So this is a photograph of the door frame and the latch plates. You can see that they've been updated or changed since the time of incident.
All right. Now, I think you had mentioned previously something called LiDAR. Can you explain to the jury what LiDAR is?
Sure. LiDAR is a technology that basically the way the instrument...
You know, I'm just sitting here thinking out loud to y'all. Do y'all think Mr. Landlord, what was his name? Mr. Gunner or Ginner or what was his name? That goofy landlord. What was that goofy landlord's name? Gabber, Mr. Gabber. Do y'all think Mr. Gabber informed these new tenants that are living there now what happened on his front and the little front vegetable? See, I can't say that word. It's patio to me. That vegetable. It's a patio. That front patio. Okay. Do y'all think Mr. Gunner done told everybody before they rented, hey, somebody was shot and murdered here? Do you think he did that? I doubt it. Could you imagine? Please come knocking on your door. Hey, excuse me. We need to come take pictures inside your house. We need to set up this machine in your... Dude, I'd be so pissed off. I'd be one pissed mama. No, ma'am. I'd be give me all my rent back. Give me my deposit back. Plus a month's deposit just because of what you did to me. Oh, no.
Works. You may have seen these on a street corner with somebody with a tripod doing a land survey. It's very common technology for land surveys or surveyors to use. But basically the way LiDAR works is it's using what is typically infrared light or light that's just outside of the human visual spectrum, so we can't see the light.
And just another topic of that, in Houston, as a landlord, we had to disclose any incidents. We as a landlord had to disclose incidents like this that had happened. If there had been any type of criminal instances in Houston, we as landlords had to disclose it to our future tenants. So I have very big wonder about Mr. Gabber.
And what it's doing is it's using that light and recording from the point in time it leaves the instrument till when it hits an object and returns back to the instrument. And for the amount of time for that light to do that, as well as a horizontal and vertical angle. And based on that information, it's able to create 3D points. As I was mentioning, millions of those that really will define an area or an environment.
So do you use it to kind of map a 3D space?
Yes, I guess from my standpoint, it's 3D LiDAR is not a new technology, but 3D scanners are fairly recent. And from my standpoint, there's really no better way to document and preserve physical evidence than using 3D laser scanning.
So is that, tell me, like, the LiDAR is an acronym, is that right?
That's right.
And what does it stand for?
Yep. So it's commonly accepted for light detection and ranging. It's really just a combination of two words, light and radar. But you can see that light detection and ranging also works as an acronym, and so that's been kind of more commonly accepted in the industry.
Can you tell me some examples of LiDAR?
Sure. So the image you just saw was created with aerial LiDAR, which is on the right here. I just talked previously about a total station. That's, again, one of those that you might see somebody on the street corner using with a tripod for land surveying. The instrument I used was a 3D laser scanner. The one I used at the scene is slightly different than the one you see in the photograph, but they're both Faro 3D scanners. That's just a manufacturer. There's also mobile scanning and aerial scanning. They're all using that same LiDAR technology.
What is this?
So this is just a quick example. This actually demonstrates a couple things. One, camera matching photogrammetry, which I used in this case, but the point cloud there that you see, or the LiDAR data. So when it's capturing those millions of 3D data points that define an environment, it's commonly referred to as a point cloud. So this is just a visual to help explain how that data is captured from an aerial standpoint. So you can see a plane flying over and recording that LiDAR.
And what is this?
This is the LiDAR that I captured there at the residence, on Ms. Lorincz residence in the surrounding area. You can see on this image the number of points that were collected, so approximately 44 million 3D data points that define and describe that three-dimensional environment.
And how did you collect this?
So using that Faro Focus scanner, the premium scanner.
What is this?
This is just a closer view of it. So we're looking kind of from a top down at the neighborhood there. You can see some roofs, you can see the street, but these are individual 3D data points.
What about this?
And a little bit closer on that same point cloud, you can see the parking in front of Ms. Lorinc's residence, which is shown essentially in the center of this image. This is image.
I'm going to pull the stuff off the screen, just because to help visually. Y'all know, out of respect, though, I do like to keep the person's name and picture up for who we are. Yeah, but I'm going to pull it down because I want to be able to see the whole screen. Okay, I'm going to pull me down too, so we.
It's just a little bit closer.
Is this what looks like a fan blade, maybe? Is that the interior of the residence that Ms. Lorincz resided at?
That's correct.
And what is this?
So this is a perspective view or orthographic view. Sorry, this is not an orthographic, but rather a perspective view or an oblique view of the residence there, and we're kind of just rotating around it. These images help you understand, I suppose, that this is all captured in 3D and that we can view it from, because it's all in 3D, we can view it from any perspective or any angle.
And this is LiDAR data too?
That's correct.
What about this?
This is, again, the same point cloud of LiDAR data. You can see the residence there.
This?
The same. This is from a slightly different view. And now we're rotating around towards the front of the residence.
All right, there's a lot of LiDAR. What is this?
This is the view of Ms. Lorinc's residence. You can see the same fence that was there in the photographs, and for Unit 3 there, which is right in the middle of this image.
How long does it take your fancy machine to gather all these little points?
I was probably there for a couple of hours, approximately.
What is this?
So this is that same 3D point cloud. The way the 3D scanner works is it'll also take photographs after it records the LiDAR data. So the scale images that you were looking at previously are based on the intensity of light returning to the scanner itself. And then this this digital image, I should say, of the point cloud now incorporates photographs from the scanner. So this is the RGB or red, green, blue data overlaid on top of that point cloud.
Is that a similar thing closer up?
Yes, so this is approaching Unit 3 from the exterior. Again, this is a 3D data point cloud.
What is this?
This is the front door of the residence. This is intensity data, again, so grayscale.
And what about this?
So this is the interior of the residence. This is the LiDAR data that was captured that is the same as it was at the time of the incident. So if it looks a little bit strange to you, that's because objects that were there during my inspection months after the incident occurred from a subsequent resident have been removed from this.
Is that what the blank space is, the white?
That's right, yep.
Is that the same in this image? There's some things removed?
Yes, so this is just a little bit closer to the kitchen there, but you can see The walls, the cabinets there, the kitchen countertop, the floor, all of that is the same from time of incident to time of my inspection.
I'm adding myself to the stage so you can hear me talk. To tell y'all, I do not like these pictures. I don't like them. They're fuzzy. They're. I don't like them, but I'm gonna let them.
And what about this photo? Is that taken from the top?
Yeah, so this is an orthographic top view, so there's no perspective to it. Again, since it's all done within a three-dimensional environment, we can view it from any perspective. This is like a plan view. You might see something like this from an architect. So it's a straight down plan view.
And all of those previous 10 or 15 photos you gathered when you went out to the site. Is that right?
So the images of the LiDAR scan data is all scan data that I gathered during my site inspection, correct?
I think you had previously mentioned photogrammetry. Can you tell the jury what photogrammetry is?
Sure. Photogrammetry, again, art and science of being able to take reliable measurements from two-dimensional media. There's I believe, a definition on this slide from the American Society of Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing, which maybe you'll find helpful, but it is a little bit more in depth.
And is this a demonstration of it?
Yeah, so this is a visualization I created that helps explain what photogrammetry is. This is based on research we did for the Society of Automotive Engineers. The idea was how accurate can we recreate a three-dimensional environment, in this case without visiting it, based on publicly available aerial LiDAR and aerial imagery. So what you're seeing right here is the combination of those two sources, aerial LiDAR and aerial imagery, and then we're surfacing that and creating an environment. And this part right here, what you see, what we're doing is we're solving for the camera's unique position, orientation, and field of view within that environment to where it matches. And then once we have that alignment or that camera match to the three-dimensional environment with a photograph, we can begin placing in pieces of physical evidence that are temporal in nature, that are no longer around for physical inspection, such as, in this case, the vehicle that you see, and then the pieces of blue, those crosshairs representing paint on the pavement.
So did you use photogrammetry in this case?
I did.
Let's stop this. Okay. And so all that previously mentioned stuff, going to the site, reviewing all the crime scene photos, I think taking the LiDAR data, all of that is leading to the creation of a model, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you create a computer model of the environment for this case?
Yes.
And what information did you use to create that computer model?
So some of the information was
Again, I'm going to pull myself down so we get a full view of this. So I'm pulling myself down.
Walking through the LiDAR data that I collected during the site inspection. Because of the differences or the changes that had happened in the environment, I also used camera matching photogrammetry to locate where was the furniture, for instance, in that residence at the time of the incident, as well as the location of physical evidence as documented in these crime scene photographs.
And then when you're actually creating the model, are you using computer software?
That's correct.
And what kind of computer software did you use?
And so we're using, as I mentioned previously, Faro creates the scanner that I was using, the 3D laser scanner. I'm using Scene to do the processing of that Autodesk recap to work with that point cloud and convert it into a format that I can use in Autodesk 3D Studio Max. I'm also using Autodesk AutoCAD to take dimensional measurements. Inside of 3D Studio Max, I'm using that for the camera matching photogrammetry. We also use other software for that as well.
Are those softwares and methodologies generally accepted in the incident reconstruction and 3D visualization communities?
Yes.
Did they create a fair and accurate representation of the incident site, including the furniture locations at the time of the incident and the physical evidence as documented by the officer shortly after the incident?
That's correct.
Did you also create a computer model of the parties involved in this incident, namely Ms. Lorincz and Ms. Owens?
Yes.
And are those computer models are they a fair and accurate representation of the clothing and the general body dimensions of those people at the time of the incident?
Yes.
What is this slide?
This is a photograph taken by the crime scene investigators shortly after incident. This is looking at the front of Ms. Lawrence's residence with a private property sign there in the yard.
And then what is this?
This is the same photograph. What we've done is we've done some enhancement, if you will, or clarification to this photograph. Basically, we're using levels to bring out some of the objects that are actually contained inside the photograph, but where it's really dark and difficult to see. For instance, now you can see the trunk of the tree on the left, and perhaps all the way to the left, just above the police vehicles, you can see the edge of another residence across the street.
And we're using the computer software that you just mentioned to do that?
Adjustments to the photograph would have been done in probably Adobe Photoshop.
What is this?
So this is that same LiDAR point cloud. This is a different way of looking at it from a colorization standpoint, but you can see represented here is the camera match, or the alignment that I've been referring to with the LiDAR point cloud to this two-dimensional photograph. So that same tree is visible, the same residence to the left side of the photograph, as well as Unit 3 right in the middle where Ms. Lorincz was at the time of incident.
So are you taking photographs from the police and the stuff that you gathered from the LiDAR and putting it together so it's perfectly aligned?
That's correct. We're camera matching it, yes.
What is this?
So this just shows the placement of the property sign. Again, so this is a piece of physical evidence.
I will say this, Vibe. Be sure you bring Kleenex. It is a hard watch by yourself. I stopped and made Hector come sit with me to watch it. I got emotional because of the children. That it affected me so bad because of the children. Yeah, it's a hard watch, so be prepared.
Was no longer there during my site inspection, but using camera matching photogrammetry, we can solve for the locations. Where was that sign at the time of the incident?
And what is this?
This is that same point cloud with RGB or photo overlays on top of it. So same camera match, just a different way of looking at the point cloud data.
Is this another police photo?
That's correct.
What is it of?
This is approaching the front door of Ms. Lawrence's residence.
About this?
This is that same photograph with lens distortion corrected. So we're viewing that photograph inside the 3D modeling software, 3D Studio Max. And now you can see the point cloud that's been overlaid on the photograph. So this is the camera match.
What is this?
This is a resulting 3D model. So we also created a 3D model of the interior of the residence and some of the exterior as well, based on that same LiDAR data collected, as well as camera matching photogrammetry.
So was this created through your computer program?
That's correct.
And so is this the digital model of the site?
Yep, this is geometric model in the computer model inside of 3D Studio Max.
What's this?
This is another photograph of the front door of Ms. Lawrence's residence.
What is this?
This is that same photograph with lens distortion correction.
What is this?
This is the point cloud overlay on top of that photograph showing the camera match.
And once you camera matched it, what did you do?
So this is the three-dimensional model, again, created from the 3D LiDAR data. And this just shows the consistency in alignment between the 3D model and the photograph.
And what is this?
This is, again, a 3D model. This is a view of it with shaded materials on it. You can also see the bullet defect or bullet hole in the door, and how we're able to place that or solve for its location in the 3D.
Okay, so we're gonna do our little thing. You see the area in which the door that the hope, she's being so bad. Here, take it. She's wanting these bagel chips over here. Lola, go. Right, through a locked door, Vibe. It was a locked door. She was on the inside and she feared so bad through a locked door, somebody beating on her door because she threw a skate at this lady's child, hit the child in the toe, was cussing, using racial slurs to this lady's child. This lady was pissed, but that didn't mean that, oh, Karen Susan had any right to pull a trigger through a locked door, not knowing what was on the other side, whether it be her, the woman who she felt threatened by, or her child was also there at the time. So there's just so much to it. But what I'm pointing out here is look in reference to where the hole is in the door as to where she was standing, and it caught her in the right shoulder. I mean, very, very trigger warning. Very trigger warning. Thank you, Cindy. I should have said something earlier.
Environment using camera matching photogrammetry.
Is this another police photograph?
Yes.
What is it of?
This is looking
Oh,
essentially from the front door towards the interior of Ms. Lawrence's residence.
And what is this?
This is the same photograph, again with lens distortion correction.
Again, I don't like to do the race and religion stuff. It's just not my cup of tea because I was brought up so wrong with all that. I have stories that would make your ears feel like they're on fire. But I do not blame them at all for getting involved.
So when you say lens distortion correction, are you talking about the reason that it's black on the outsides? Is that what that's doing?
That's correct. So lenses will have some amount of curvature to them typically. A good example of this that I'm sure you've seen from an artistic standpoint would be a fisheye lens, where people take photographs and it's quite distorted, right? The horizon will have a significant bend to it oftentimes. In order for us to use photographs in counter-etching photogrammetry, we have to solve for and correct for lens distortion. And once we've corrected for it, then it'll be useful from an alignment standpoint to the 3D point cloud.
So you can take a picture and change the lens distortion or get out of it in that software?
You can correct for it, that's right.
What is this?
So this is that same LiDAR point cloud. You've seen this previously with perhaps the voids that they've been described, or the areas where there's really no data collected. That's because furniture or something there was occluding the view of the scanner, blocking that data from being captured. So this shows the alignment of the LiDAR point cloud that was captured that's consistent from time of my inspection to time of incident.
What is this?
This is the three-dimensional model overlaid again on top of that photograph, showing the camera match and the consistency between the model and the photograph.
What is this?
This is the same three-dimensional model. This is a shaded view. You can see the location of the couch, Ms. Lawrence's furniture, the table, the chairs, and this, I believe, is a freezer here in the foreground.
And is this another police photograph?
That's correct.
What is this?
This is the same photograph, again, within the three-dimensional environment.
What about this?
This shows the point cloud overlay, so the areas that we've camera matched from the point cloud to the photograph itself.
What is this?
Same point cloud. This is just the intensity view of getting grayscale.
What about this?
This is the wireframe geometry of that environment and the overlay on top of the photograph.
And this.
These photos make it so hard to understand to me. They're really making it visually more difficult for me. I'm not sure why. The blank outs and stuff like that. I have to say this. My mother was Jewish. My father was Catholic. We were raised with no religion, and politics were never discussed. I didn't understand politics, and it's all like, I don't understand it because I was raised with no knowledge. And it wasn't until I was an adult in my 40s that I opened my eyes and started seeing this whole other world. So my dad was very racist, very, very racist. My mental health went unchecked for years. I was a hormonal teenager in the 70s, in the 80s, when they took me to get help. So you were in elementary school in the 70s. Yeah, see? And that's just it's not acceptable. And we look back now and we're like, what the fuck? Sorry for my language, I cuss, but seriously, what the fuck? What was so wrong? And I still have difficulties to this day. And it's like when I go in other people's chat and I'm learning things, I'm listening, I'm learning, I'm absorbing, and it's stuff that I've never heard of, never heard. We had a conversation the other day in here about Amish. All I knew was they rode in buggies that were pulled by horses, and they built good furniture. That's all I knew about them. So it was very enlightening to hear about their religion and their upbringing and things about their culture. So this doing these lives and stuff has brought a whole new world to my eyes, and I love it. I love it. I love doing this.
This is the shaded view of that same three-dimensional model on top of the photograph.
Is this a police photograph of the laser?
That's correct.
And what is this?
It's that same photograph inside the 3D modeling software with lens distortion correction.
What about this?
This image shows the point cloud overlay.
What about this?
So in this image, we're showing not only the location of the furniture, again, the freezer, the chair that's visible on the couch that define the three-dimensional environment, but we're also solving for evidence. In this case, the laser trajectory that was placed by police at the scene. We're now locating that in a three-dimensional environment using camera matching photogrammetry as well.
And is that the red thing that
Yes.
in that photo?
So it's a green laser in the original photograph. In this image, we're representing it with a red line or red geometry.
And what is this?
This is a shaded view of that three-dimensional environment with the laser trajectory.
What about this photo?
This is another photograph from the police with the laser trajectory.
And what is this?
This is that same photograph inside the three-dimensional environment with lens distortion correction
And what is this?
and with point cloud overlaid on top of that image.
And this?
And then this shows the same idea, but from a different angle as the previous photograph. So again, we're solving for the location of different furniture. So you can see the wireframe geometry that's overlaying the photograph.
You know, if somebody was to just show me this picture, I would automatically assume that the gunshot was coming from outside the door. I would automatically assume. Automatically. I mean, the way the trajectory goes through here, I would have thought it came from the outside. The way they're trying to display this. Your favorite judges are in Houston? Yeah, we got some awesome judges here.
Graph representing the location of the table, the chairs, the freezer, as well as physical evidence placed at this scene. The laser trajectory we're solving for its location and orientation here in the scene using this photograph. It's represented in red inside the three-dimensional model.
And what about this?
This is that red geometric representation of the laser trajectory inside the 3D model.
Did you, you mentioned that you also did models of the people involved?
That's correct.
And how did you do that?
So those models are created based on information.
Yes, show us the height of these people, and let's have a Murdaugh flashback, guys. We're gonna see who was standing where. Excuse me, I got a burp from my coffee. I just seen the Murdaugh moment. Y'all remember Murdaugh where they did the little demonstration of the people and you had to be like 8 foot tall? Y'all, please tell me they're fixing to do that. I need comedy.
I had. So I met with Miss Lorincz, and again, I photographed her and I took 3D laser scans similar to what you saw of the interior of the residence. I did 3D scans of Miss Lorincz. And then for Miss Owens, her, as well as Miss Lorincz, they're based on photographs from the time of incident and body-worn camera footage for their clothing. And then Miss Owens, the autopsy was also used to understand her overall height or dimensions.
What is this?
This is a photograph I took of Miss Lorincz.
And how tall was she?
She's 5'5".
How much did she weigh at the time that you met with her?
I don't recall how much she weighed at that time. I'm sorry.
And what is this?
This is the LiDAR point cloud of Miss Lorincz. So this is based on 3D scan data I collected when I visited Miss Lorincz.
What is this?
This is a three-dimensional model of Miss Lorincz that we created based on that LiDAR data.
And does the information on the thing that says Susan Lawrence, height 5'5", weight 180, is that information that you gathered at the time?
Yes, some of that is from the time. So the 5'5" is consistent with both the incident report as well as the LiDAR data and the photographs I took when I met with Miss Lorincz. The weight is based on the incident report.
Okay. So the weight was not at the time that you met with her, but it's the date, the weight that she was at the time of the incident.
That's correct.
And what is this?
This is the resulting three-dimensional model of Miss Lorincz on the right. On the left, you can see an image from a police body-worn camera that was used as a reference for creating that model and the clothing that she was wearing from the time of incident.
And who is this?
Okay, y'all, these are some pretty fucked up. Okay, this is. I know they're trying to. I'm just putting that out there. I was 13. I was spending the weekends with my best friend. Her name was Cindy. Never forget her. Her name was Cindy. And I would spend every weekend at her house. I would go to church with her on Sunday mornings. I thought it was the coolest thing. I loved the friendship. I loved the gathering, the people. And it was amazing to me to see all these people together and everything, because my parents didn't do that. And so I enjoyed it. And I came home and told my parents, I'm going to be baptized at Cindy's church next weekend. My parents cut that friendship off real quick. She was Baptist. Mother's Jewish, father's Catholic. She was Baptist. My parents said, can't even see her anymore. You can't be friends with her. So lost that friend, and that was in junior high. Yeah, I was 13. So yeah, you and I look back at it now and I'm like, that was so wrong of them. Back then I didn't understand. It was like, okay, I can't be friends with her because they said so. And I accepted it. I accepted it because that's what my parents said. Now I look back and go, what in the hell? You know, but what I was saying, back to these pictures, we can vibe anytime. And I don't know if you know, but I try to do on Wednesdays or pop up during the week. I do a mental health stream, and we just kind of just talk mental health shit, you know, just kind of what we all been doing, you know, and things that may be affecting us. So watch out for those too. Thanks, Cindy. I can't say it tonight. Me, I didn't want to be. Yeah. Yep. People talk about him. My father ruined me. I love my father for making me, but that's about as far as it goes. I can't appreciate him any longer for things he has done to me in my past. So yeah, it's a learning thing. But okay, squirrel, y'all, squirrel. I need squirrels in the chat. Somebody needs to put me back in line. But these pictures that they're presenting of these ladies, this is not nice.
The clothing that she was wearing.
Look, they did some good renditions of these ladies. I'm just saying they did some good renditions of these ladies. It's wrong, but okay. But let's watch, because I want to see them put them on each side of the door. I want them I'm gonna put her 10 foot 8 inches away from the door. I want to see this.
From time of incident.
And who is this?
This is Miss Owens, three-dimensional model of her on the right.
What is the information in the middle?
So those are body-worn camera images. So this is taken from the investigating officers and the body-worn camera video. Those images were used as a reference for understanding what Miss Owens was wearing at the time of the incident, her clothing.
And you mentioned gathering autopsy data, is that correct?
Yeah, so I also referenced the autopsy report as well as photographs and radiology images.
Are those from the autopsy report?
Yes, so the text on this image is from the autopsy report describing her injuries, as well as the diagram in the middle, and then photographs on the right.
What's that bottom photograph?
So that's a radiology image showing Miss Owens. In this image, you can also see the bullet where it was located at the time. This image was captured on kind of her left side, if you will.
So did you take all of those images and all of those measurements and all of those pictures and put them all together to create your 3D computer model of the scene and the people?
Yes.
And did you consult with any other experts in developing this 3D computer model?
Yes.
Who was that?
I also consulted with ballistic expert Mr. Wright.
And did you work independently or in collaboration with Mr. Wright?
Both.
So tell me what you did independent of him.
So independently, I did the work that was kind of previously described through this presentation. So capturing the data myself at the scene, using it for camera match and photogrammetry, creating an accurate model, including the location of physical evidence there inside the three-dimensional model. Three-dimensional models, including wound locations for Miss Owens, but three-dimensional models for both Miss Owens and Miss.
She did. And they played videos from a Ring camera. But the problem was, we learned that she had a Ring camera on the inside of her sliding glass door. And because of the reflection from the glass, it wouldn't record at night. And that's when she would seem to have the most problems, was at night with the kids being out there. And you couldn't see any of the video because the, hello, hubby, I'll get you in a minute. You couldn't see the night vision wouldn't come on the camera. So she did have a Ring camera, but it did not work properly. And they do show some of the videos from her camera.
Lawrence. And then from a collaboration standpoint.
Yeah, was that all that you did independently?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe so.
Then what did you do in collaboration with Mr. Wright?
So from a collaboration standpoint, I worked with Mr. Wright to establish where Miss Lawrence was at the time of shot, her position such that it would be consistent with physical evidence from that laser trajectory, as well as the cartridge casing that was found on the countertop in the kitchen, and Miss Owens' position outside of the residence, such that her position would be consistent with her wound path and physical evidence based on Mr. Wright's ballistic expertise.
And then did you prepare some photographs of the 3D computer model?
Some images, yes.
You could hear some of the voices, but not enough to make out. And like of the incident, they didn't show the actual ring of when the incident occurred. They showing before, and she was also taking videos with her phone. She took like 11 videos in a row with her phone of the kids playing. The kids simply out there playing, enjoying life, playing football with another neighbor dad. It's just disgusting.
What is this?
So this is an image of, or a three-dimensional diagram. This is an orthographic side view, sometimes referred to as an elevation view. You can see the door, or the front door of the residence is on the left. You can see some of the exterior with the fence there. You can see the freezer, the chairs, and the dining room table in their location where they were at the time of the incident.
What about this?
So this is a placement of that laser trajectory as determined through camera matching photogrammetry.
And I noticed it went back to green. Is this the exact same angle and all that from the police?
Yeah, sorry if there's any confusion there. It was green. It was a green laser in the photographs from the police. I used red geometry to help define and show how it was camera matched and located. And then I'm representing it here in green inside the model.
What is this?
This is
Oh, she was very loud. She was banging on her door, telling her to come outside. We need to talk. Because the lady had threw a skate at her kid, and the kid's tablet was missing, and the kids thought Karen is what they called her because she treated them so horrible. They thought that the lady had his tablet, and she was pissed. She was over there banging on the door. She wanted her to come outside. I don't blame her. But see, look at this. Look at this rendition of this video right here. They're showing that Susan would have to been inside with her arms way up like that in order to get this trajectory. I don't see it.
a position, again, that was worked with Mr. Wright in collaboration. It's also consistent with Ms. Lawrence's statement as to where she was standing at the time of the shot. So this image is of that same environment with all the same furniture locations, but now it incorporates Ms. Lawrence in a position consistent with physical evidence at time of shot.
And what is this?
Same image again. Now we're incorporating Ms. Owens into this image and her position such that it's consistent again with physical evidence and with Ms. Lawrence's testimony.
Now, can you tell me what this is showing us? Starting off, why don't you start off with is the green line still the same laser that we've been talking about?
That's correct. So that's, and it's labeled in this image as police trajectory. So that's the laser trajectory that was placed by the crime scene personnel at the time of incident.
And then I see a blue dotted cone. What is that?
So that cone represents a plus or minus 5 degree or for a total of 10 degree cone that was placed at the direction of Mr. Wright, ballistic expert Mr. Wright. That cone represents a range of possible or an area of possible locations where the shot was fired from.
And I noticed that there's also a yellow line. What is the yellow line?
The yellow line represents the three-dimensional model and the location where Ms. Lawrence was at the time of shot in our model. Again, consistent with the ballistic evidence. So it's inside of that plus or minus 5 degree cone here. It's also connected to the bullet hole in the door. And then her position inside the model consistent with the cartridge case.
So I noticed that the yellow line is not all the way at the bottom of the 10 degree cone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so that position is not as far down as could have been still within the cone. Is that right?
That's correct. So it could be a little bit lower. It could be a little bit higher.
What is this?
So this is that same three-dimensional environment with objects located through camera matching photogrammetry, including that freezer by the front door. You see the chairs and the table. This is, again, like a plan view or a top-down view.
What is this?
This is that same image, but with the addition of a 3D laser. So this is the green laser as documented by the police.
What is this?
This is that same sequence. So here you can see Ms. Lawrence in a position where she, consistent with physical evidence, where she would have shot.
And what about this one?
This image includes Ms. Owens' position.
Miss Lawrence or Miss Owens?
Ms. Owens.
So it has both people?
That's correct.
I know these are just the top-down views that we've just seen from the side, like the last.
Yeah, it is the same sequence of images that you were just looking at from an elevation or side view. Now we're looking at it from a top-down or plan view.
Okay. And what is this?
So So this has the same 10-degree cone incorporated into the 3D model, again, based on the direction of ballistic expert Mr. Wright. And it shows Ms. Lawrence in a position near the kitchen table or dining room table.
All right. What is a visualization?
So a 3D visualization could be used to describe a number of different things. Again, from just a standpoint of a 3D model, you could have a single image of it. It could be a 3D environment. In this case, it's a recreation or reenactment, I should say, of events based on Ms. Lawrence's recollection of events.
So did you create a visualization to depict Ms. Lawrence's recollection of events?
That's correct.
And was that recollection consistent with all the physical evidence?
Yes.
Oh,
Visualization was? Sorry, not the recollection. Was the visualization consistent with all the physical evidence?
Yes.
May I first look?
Yes, ma'am?
oh, okay. So now we're going to get to watch a little video of her recollection of how it happened. Okay, Susan, let's hear you, honey. Let's hear you. I need to hear you.
Yes, ma'am?
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as defense exhibit G. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a DVD of the.
Not what is it, but how do you recognize it?
How do I recognize it? My apologies. This is. I have my initials on it. I've seen this DVD.
And what is it?
It is a 3D visualization that was created for this incident.
And is the visualization you created a fair and accurate representation of the recollection of events?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned previously, but is the positioning of Ms. Owens and Ms. Lawrence shown in the visualization at the time the shot was fired consistent with all of the physical evidence in this case?
Yes.
At this time, defense would move what's been marked for identification as G, I believe, as defense 10.
Any objection to Court Eye?
Your Honor, I have no objection to the visualization being shown to the jury as a demonstrative aid.
You got an objection to being placed into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the nature of the objection?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Oh. Kid lawyer's got an idea. He don't like it. I like the kid lawyer though. There's her blessed family.
Yes, ma'am?
Did you do anything else in this case?
I don't believe so.
Again, that visualization that we just watched, was that consistent with all of the physical evidence and everything that you reviewed in this case?
Yes.
And was it consistent with the opinion of ballistics expert, Mr. Wright?
Yes.
No further questions. Oh, do you want?
Oh, here comes
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. If we could have the state's podium.
If what?
The state's desk. I use media from the state's desk.
Okay.
I believe we're ready. Good morning, Mr. Turford.
Morning.
So this computer animation that you made and that we just viewed, there was a part in there where the door goes inward, correct? A little bit?
Yes.
That door, you never tested the door, you never inspected the door, correct?
That's correct. To my knowledge, the door was unavailable for inspection.
And then you never recorded anyone banging on the door that was shot through in this case, correct?
That's correct.
So you never took any measurements of anybody banging on the door in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And you're basing this whole computer animation based on a lot on the recollection of the defendant's events, correct?
I'm sorry, but
You're basing a lot of this computer animation on the defendant's recollection of events, correct?
yes, that was certainly a consideration when creating the visualization.
But you have no idea how much force will be required to move this door inwardly, do you?
Again, the door wasn't available for my inspection.
So the answer would be no, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no college degree in physics, correct?
That's correct.
And you're being paid, I think, $280 an hour, correct, in this case?
That's correct.
And I believe you've put in probably more than 50 hours in this case, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
All right, is there much more than 50, do you know?
I don't know my total hours for this case.
Okay, so 280, and we'll just say at least 50. That's probably about $14,000, correct, you've been paid to do your work in this case.
That sounds correct. I don't know.
You've been paid $14,000 to create a computer animation that you took some artistic liberty in making that door go inwardly, correct?
So I don't know about artistic liberty, but it is consistent with the recollection of Miss Lorincz.
Now, I would also point out that you believe that this computer animation is consistent with the recollection of Miss Lawrence's events, right? You've said that, I think, multiple times.
Her recollection of the events, yes.
And in that computer animation, we just saw the firearm that is fired by the computer animation was pretty high, correct?
Yes, you could say it's high.
Would you say that firearm was probably over Miss Lawrence's head, correct?
I would say it's somewhere near the top of her head, yes.
Okay, but this is an accurate computer animation, correct?
Yes, it is. In terms of the 3D site reconstruction, and yes.
I'd like to show you a clip of Miss Lawrence's actual recollection of events, sir.
Okay, how are you holding the gun when you fired it? With two hands?
Yeah.
Now, Miss Lawrence's recollection of events, holding the gun with two hands like this, is directly inconsistent with your computer animation up here, correct?
I would also say she wasn't sitting like she is in this.
Well, at first vibe, they tried to say she was using a stand your ground law, and they didn't arrest her at first. Then the family threw a huge fit. I don't blame them because of all the instances that were going on. The previous police calls, the previous incidents, they'd had the police out there a few times prior. So there was already documented instances between these two. So for them to come back and actually, charge her with anything took pulling teeth kind of. So
This video frame, but and from a directly inconsistent, I mean, it's consistent with her recollection of where she was standing, and it's consistent with physical evidence.
Question, sir. Now, sir, I want to move on to the computer animation. It's not a representing accurate timing of event, correct?
Correct.
All right. It's not a accurate representation of the entire sequence of events, is it correct?
Well, I'm sorry, what do you mean by entire sequence?
Yeah, this computer animation doesn't reflect the entire sequence of events, does it?
No, I wouldn't say it does.
And there were some things that were left out in this computer animation, correct?
I don't know what you're referring to, sorry.
Well, you didn't include the defendant calling 911 before Ajike even came to the door, did you?
That's correct.
All right, and you did not include the defendant in the bathroom walking out to the front door and finding out that Ajike was the one banging on the front door, did you?
That's correct.
And you didn't include the defendant, once the banging on the door happened, walking all the way back into the bathroom and washing her hands. You never included that, did you?
No, that is not a part of the visualization.
And then you never included the defendant walking into the kitchen after leaving the bathroom and washing her hands, did you, on the baker's door?
That is also not a part of that visualization.
And you didn't include the defendant then walking all the way back into her bedroom and grabbing, not the .22, but the Remington .380 pistol, and then walking all the way back out to the front door and holding the gun like this and shooting, did you?
That is also not a part of the visualization, no.
And sir, you have no medical expertise, do you?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Briefly. Mr. Smith asked you about Ms. Lawrence holding the weapon. Is that on the front?
Yes.
And he played a clip from Ms. Lawrence's interview with the police.
Yes.
And in that clip, it showed her kind of making a gesture, holding her hands together.
Yes,
And your visualization also shows her with both hands together on the gun. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Nothing else?
You need to redirect?
Yeah.
Is he excused?
Yes.
Sure, you're excused. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Okay, court goes to lunch
I'm not saying about other,
or takes a break,
Yes, sir.
so what I'm gonna do is come in, let the jurors know what the
but
schedule's
let's
gonna be like.
eavesdrop. Hold up.
So they can be prepared for the fact that if the closings take most of the morning, then they'll probably be in deliberation in the afternoon. And they need to understand they can't have phones with them, so that all their family know nobody can contact them while they're doing deliberations, and they are all prepared for all that. That'll give them the appropriate amount of time to deliberate on the case, and we'll go from there, okay?
Yes,
So
sir.
I think their lunch is just about here, so I'll just go have eat lunch. How much time do you guys need for lunch?
However long you tell us, Your Honor. An hour's fine.
I'll give the clerk an hour.
We don't need to eat.
You know what?
Wow.
Real deep depression. I mean, they have more of a
It took like 3 hours. And then they jump right back into testimony. They don't even give us a head start. I don't even know who this guy is. See, this is what aggravates me sometimes about doing this. They're just going to jump right into this man talking.
real deep depression. I mean, they have more of an understanding of what has happened and perhaps are now moving towards system 2. The parasympathetic nervous system is starting to take over, and you're starting to have a contemplative recollection of events, and that can move you into depression. So there's no right way to act after a situation has occurred. It varies.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Are all of the opinions that you have shared with the court and jury today within a reasonable degree of scientific and use of force analysis certainty?
They are.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Do you want this slide up or now?
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You are not a licensed psychologist, correct?
I am not.
Nor are you a licensed psychiatrist?
No.
Not a medical doctor?
No.
And you've never counseled or treated patients in a psychological or psychiatric setting?
I have not.
The majority of your life has been involved in law enforcement,
Yes.
and you've actually developed some unique products that law enforcement officers use in their everyday duties, right?
I have, yes.
Your master's degree is in educational psychology, right?
It is, yes.
And you received that degree, I believe, in 2014.
Yes.
That degree came from the Department of Education, not the Department of Psychology, correct?
That's right.
And you basically went back to school to try to get a better understanding of how to better train law enforcement officers, right?
Well, to train everyone, I think. At that point, I was already, as I told you, I started as a self-defense instructor. But to understand what happened, why people behave the way they do under stress, that was my big question when I went back to school.
Would you agree that people have to make split-second decisions every day?
I suppose some people do. I don't know if everyone does.
For instance, I'll give you an example that probably everybody in this room has experienced at some point. I'm driving down the road, and the car ahead of me slams on its brakes, and I then have a split-second decision to make.
Yes.
Okay, I have to decide, do I have enough time to hit my brakes to avoid making contact with the car ahead of me?
You generally won't make that decision. That'll be an automatic response.
Okay? Well, I also have to, but depending on how much time I have, right?
How much time you have, that's right. If it's way down the road, then yes, you can contemplate it. But if they slam on their brakes so that it has a meaningful effect, oftentimes the automaticity of your actions will take over. That system 1 we talked about, it will engage. You won't be working off system 2.
And that system is going to help me decide, do I hit my brakes to try to avoid? Do I swerve right? Do I swerve left into maybe oncoming traffic? Or if I have nowhere to go, I just got to hit the brakes and try to minimize the damage.
If you have the time to do it, yes.
Okay. And the brain makes all of those decisions.
Wow. If you have the time to do it. She had 2 minutes. She had 2 minutes, guys. Remember that? She had 2 minutes from the time she hung up with 911 until she shot that lady.
In a split second, does it not?
Well, not if you're contemplating. If you're contemplating, it could be the course of several seconds, and depending on how much time. I mean, if you're a radar operator with something coming in, it could be several minutes, could be an hour. So the process, once again, varies given the context of the danger, I suppose.
And the immediacy of the danger.
The immediacy of the danger will be a system 1 response.
That situation I just described could be considered a very stressful situation, could it not?
Sure.
It could create a high anxiety.
Yes.
If you make the wrong decision, you could be seriously injured or seriously injure somebody else.
I would think so.
Hey, Cindy.
And people are put in those positions every day, are they not?
Again, yes, I don't know what people you mean. I think the context matters. If you stay home all day reading books, I don't know how many
Sure.
opportunities you have to be placed in high stressful situations. But it is quite common that individuals are forced to make some type of split decision on a daily basis.
Now, obviously, the more time that I have between seeing this immediate threat ahead of me, this car slamming on its brakes, the better ability I have to react.
I would say yes.
And the better ability I have to make a better, more reasoned and informed decision.
Yes.
If I have 50 feet or 5 seconds to react to this car slamming its brakes on ahead of me, I have a better ability to react than I have if I have an immediate threat and I have 10 feet and a half a second to react.
Well, it depends on, I would say that's true, but it depends on the speed you're traveling as well, of course.
I have to say, I want to stop and say this. The kids called her the Karen neighbor. And, you know, kids are going to be kids. But my question was, where did they get that? Where did they get the idea of calling her Karen? Did they get it from their parents? Did they get it from social media? Who said it for the kids to pick that up? And I'm sure that agitated the lady. And I would call her a Karen to her face, but I'm an adult. That's a little different. But again, an elderly white lady that obviously doesn't like children has already called them out of their name and out of their race. You know, she's a Karen.
Is that similar to the concept of the signal detection theory that you described earlier?
I think he was 11. The one that was beside her when she was, let me look, just because I don't want to tell you wrong. How old was their son? I think he was 11, either 8 or 11, something like that. He was 9. Israel was 9. And then his older brother was 12. He was 9, the one that actually witnessed it. And then he had an older brother that's 12 at the time.
Kind of. So you're talking about almost an economic model of decision making, like I can swerve or I can hit my brakes or I can go off to the curb. Those are picking the best answer between multiple versions of response that you.
Which isn't very positive and very helpful. And they shouldn't have been doing that. But still, that's no reason for this woman to shoot through her door.
Have time to contemplate. Signal detection theory does offer that. But remember, the whole point is uncertainty. In other words, you don't have an answer on what to do. You're not really certain about what to do. So in the backdrop of uncertainty, or when you're trying to decide something you're not looking at brake lights coming on. You're trying to decide something unknown. It's a different experience, because what you're having to do is make decisions based on what you don't know, not based on what you do know. You're answering, or to answer your question, knowing that the brake lights come on is something you know.
But you don't know what is going to happen if I choose to swerve right or left or hit the brake. Do I have enough?
Well, I think you calculate what will happen, and I think that's fair. But again, the signal detection theory is based on uncertainty. I just don't know what I'm looking at or looking for. I'm leaning in one direction or the other, and this is why the SDTL, we'll call it shortly, is based on what we call liberal and conservative bias, because there's that error component in the prediction level.
When you mentioned touched on this earlier, that in a situation where there is stress or anxiety, there's an adrenal response.
Yes.
Okay. And basically adrenaline kicks in and it floods the body and the brain.
Yes.
It makes your lungs work more efficiently.
Yes.
It causes blood vessels to send more blood to your muscles.
There's the blood shifts around the bodies based on where it's needed, but it may go to your muscles, some may go to the viscera. And this is done through the changes in blood vessels and capillaries.
And that's why we see some people do like amazing feats of strength in those situations.
Yes.
It also sends more blood to your brain.
Yes.
And that causes the brain to become more alert and focused, does it not?
Oftentimes, yes.
It is that rush of adrenaline that helps the brain make that split-second decision to know what to do when that car heavy slams the brakes on.
I'm sorry, repeat your question.
It's that rush of adrenaline that causes my brain to be able to make that split-second decision to react to that car then.
Right. If it's a high arousal, then it's going to be automatized. So system one will engage, and it will be because of the physical.
Yes. The weapon was in her bedroom in a trash can with important papers, because she keeps her important papers in a trash can with both of her weapons. One was a Remington, and the other one was a Ruger. And she kept them in a trash can with her important papers in her bedroom. And after she did the shooting, she put the weapon back in the trash can underneath the Ruger before the cops ever came. Make sense. So she called 911, said she's pounding on my door, come help me, was on the phone from 8:54 to 8:59, hung up the phone at 8:59 p.m. and the shots fired and 911 the next call was made at 9:01. She hung up with 911 at 8:59. At 9:01, she called 911 back because she had shot her through the door. Said she didn't know what happened. She couldn't find her cell phone, blah, blah, all these excuses. 2 minutes. The cops were on their way. She called back 911 and said, I just shot her through the door. And so they upped the call and made the officers come faster because now we have a shooting. So within those 2 minutes of her hanging up with 911, she went to her room, got her weapon, went to the door, did this, put the weapon back, went and got her phone and called 911 again and says, I shot her. Make it make sense. I can't justify it. I can't make it make sense. If I was on the jury, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. This makes no sense. These numbers don't add up. You don't do that. Exactly. Excuses.
Logical and psychological changes that you're undergoing.
So often I do that without even thinking about it.
Well, it's automatized. You never think about it. That's the description of system one.
Would you agree, take my situation, if I am an experienced driver, been driving for 30 years of my life, I am better equipped to assess this car ahead of me, assess the immediate threat in front of me, and make a good decision.
Yes, that's true.
I'm better equipped in that position than I am if I was a 15-year-old driver who has driven twice in my life and didn't know what to do.
Most certainly.
So your age, your life experiences factor into your ability to make a good decision.
Well, depending on whether it's a novel event or not, right? I mean, so there are some things that you've never seen before. It doesn't matter if you're 15 or 50. So, for example, if no one's ever pulled a gun on you, you may not know what to do. There's no blueprint for that. So your novel decision-making is just as green as a 15-year-old who has also never had a gun pulled on him. But to your driving example, once again, the assumption is if you're 50 and driving, you've probably break the law. You've probably had these situations occur all the time. And if you're 15, you haven't. So in that case, these are not novel situations. These are repeat situations that you formulated a plan for, and they become automatized over time.
Even people with general life experiences.
Hold up with that thought. Remember, she had gone and no, she went and practiced using her weapon after she got it, and she didn't get it until after she felt she was in danger living in this neighborhood. And instead of moving out of the neighborhood, she remained to live there. She remained there. She went and purchased her a weapon, not only once, but got a second one about 3 months before this happened. Her first was purchased a year before this happened. Sir.
I've experienced different forms of stress, different forms of anxiety, different forms of threats, right?
Not sure what you're asking me exactly. Different forms, they appraise them differently. So again, it's not necessarily what the threat is, it's how you appraise it, right? So if you and I are standing next to each other and I got a gun and you don't, and I get attacked by a bear, I'm in a better position to make a decision to engage than you are, because I have the coping mechanism for that situation. So my appraisal might be that this bear is a challenge. Yours is no, it's a threat. You're up a tree, I'm standing here shooting at the bear. So given the same stimulus, that can be appraised very, very differently. And that is precisely what we do. We are constantly calculating our ability to manage a stimulus. And if we can manage it, once again, it is considered just a challenge. But if we can't manage it, it becomes a threat. And this is where arousal starts to see a drop off in performance.
And would you agree that general life experiences gives an older person a better ability to manage situations? Because they've seen situations differently and more often in a different context than a 15-year-old.
It's probably an empirical question. I don't know if that's been tested. I mean, there's this thing called near and far transfer. So if you do things similar to something else, you have what are called near transfers. If you do things that are way different, then you have far transfers. How those things affect novel situations, I'm not exactly sure.
You also mentioned something in your direct examination that, when talking about maybe prior difficulties with somebody, that future behavior is
Predicted on past behavior, yeah.
Okay.
And again, it may not be exactly predicted because it's random, right? So one event doesn't necessarily have any relation to the other one, but our perception of past events is what directs our decision-making in future events.
You charge $300 an hour, correct?
Yes.
And about how many hours have you devoted to this case so far?
I don't know, probably 15, 17.
Can I move on, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Yes, sir, thank you. Since Mr. Buckman asked you, tell us, what is educational psychology exactly? Oh, you're good.
So when I went back to school, I already had a whole career behind me as a law enforcement officer. And my interest in further study going to graduate school was to learn about how stress affected individuals. Because what we were seeing in the field is that people weren't performing the way we were teaching them to perform. I thought at first perhaps I would find the answer in military studies or something like that. But as I did further investigation, what I found out is this idea of anxiety and stress is most profound in sport psychology, sport exercise and performance. Why is that? Because we don't have people in lab coats standing on the battlefield. We don't have people in lab coats standing, in the neighborhoods when the police show up. But we do have people with lab coats in the laboratory working with athletes. We have them on the gridiron. We have them on the diamond. And they are seeing how people perform when they get very high levels of stress. We just had the Olympics, great example. You see people, we call it choking under stress. And so all of that data is found in educational psychology, not clinical psychology. I wasn't interested in working with people who were unwell, people who had disorders. I was interested in working with people who were very well, like champion athletes, police officers, SWAT team members, Navy SEALs, things like that. So I drifted towards educational psychology over clinical psychology because I think it's far more relevant in understanding the issues that I talk about.
Mr. Buckman spent a lot of time with you talking about an individual slamming their brakes in that situation. What is the difference between an individual under a stressful situation where, they have to slam their brakes to not die, to not get in an accident, to not damage their vehicle or something else? What is the difference between that type of stress and the type of stress that you see in use of force analysis and how that affects your decision-making process?
A lot of times in use of force, not always, but a lot of times the decision is terminal. It's not just going off into the ditch and having to call AAA, but it's actually terminal. In other words, if you don't make the right decision, you can die or perhaps kill someone else. So unfortunately, I would say that we don't have a lot of information, empirically speaking, on how people exactly behave when they're under this this type of arousal, because you can't shoot at people and see what they do. But we do have a lot of information from the field, from law enforcement, from the military about those things. And so it's sort of a separate category from the everyday events that you see, like driving your car. That's not the kind of arousal. You don't get as aroused as, for example, somebody sticking a gun in your face and threatening to kill you. So they're viewed slightly differently than everyday events. The idea that you have to make split decisions, can be whether or not you decide to send your camper child off to camp or not. That might be a split decision that you make as part of a heuristic. But there are certainly different gradients of these split decisions, and I usually deal with the most extreme.
It's apples and oranges.
I'd say they're relative. I don't know if they're apples and oranges. They're both fruit. We'll say that. And, they're certainly different kind of fruit.
Different types of fruit.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Buckman spent some time speaking to you about general life experiences, but it depends on the type of experiences that an individual has, right?
Yes.
And statistically, do a lot of people have experience in a use of force analysis?
Analysis, no, or do you mean use of force situation?
I'm sorry, use of force situation.
They really don't. I mean, considering the number of the amount of violence that we have in this country, I think is well known. But we have a lot of people in this country too. So the statistics of it break down to very, very few people having any experience with violence, and even fewer with deadly violence.
Okay. If I may have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions?
Can I have one more?
Sure.
No questions, Your Honor.
Excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have a nice day, sir.
Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, I'll let you know where we're going from here, okay? Thank you.
Where we're going from here. Surprise, guys. We're closing arguments in just a second.
Any other additional witness for the defense?
No, sir.
We're
Ms.
gonna
Lawrence,
wrap
have
this
you
up
discussed with
tonight.
your attorneys the decision regarding whether or not you will testify or not?
Yes, I have.
Do you need any additional time to discuss that decision with them?
No,
Have they forced you to make a decision in any way?
no,
Have you made a decision on your own?
yes, I have.
Can you tell us what that decision is?
I am not going to testify.
You've made that decision freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to bring the jurors back in, and then you want to rest with the jurors?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what I'll do is, it's 1:30 now. I'm going to tell them that, given the schedule and the length of closing arguments that everyone has suggested there may be, that it would be too late to send them out this afternoon, because honestly, they'd be going out conservatively at 4:30, maybe later. And I don't want to put any sort of pressure on them to make a decision fast or slow. So what we'll do is I'll let them go for the afternoon, and then we'll start tomorrow morning. You've told me you think a couple hours for yours?
Judge, I'm going to try my best to maybe get it to an hour and a half.
I'm not going to limit anybody, because the nature of the case, there's no reason to limit anybody. I always caution people, going too long can sometimes be detrimental. Going too short can be detrimental. So
I will tell you, the state takes about 45 minutes, and it looked like she took about an hour and a half. So we're going to bring the jury back in. They're going to say, "Good night, sweetheart," and we're going to get to those closing arguments, and we'll be on to that today. We're going to finish.
plenty of time to make a decision. And I'll let them know that, hey, while you're deliberating, no one can contact you. Rest. You cold?
Freezing.
Okay.
Freezing. It looks cold in that courtroom.
What we can do is go into a recess until tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, here we go.
Ms. Sizemore?
Yes, Judge, the defense rests.
Defense rests.
I take it there's no rebuttal.
No rebuttal, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, both the state and the defense have now rested their cases. So what we're going to do is go into a recess until tomorrow afternoon. The reason we're going to recess now is because of the time that it may take for the parties.
Okay, we know all that. So I personally am going to put y'all on a brief hold. I'm going to go get me something else to drink and take my comfort break. I need like 2 minutes, possibly 3. So y'all know I will put a little song on, something, but I will be back in like 2 to 3 minutes. Hold, please.
Breathe, the air is wide. Stretch your arms, let the world collide. Step outside where the grass is free. Feel the earth beneath your feet. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Walk the path where the flowers lead. Hear the whispers of a world serene. Feel the warmth of a gentle breeze. Let your troubles drift with ease. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Walk the path where the flowers lead. Hear the whispers of a world serene. Feel the warmth of a gentle breeze. Let your troubles drift with ease. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find.
Cheers. All right. Okay, So let's move on over here. Let's see what we're going. Whoa, that was loud. Sorry about that. Whew. I turned up the music so I could listen to my song when I was in the other room.
Let me reread that paragraph. If you find at the time of the alleged manslaughter by use of a firearm, Susan Lorincz knew that Ajike Owens had committed an act or acts of violence, you may consider that fact in determining whether Susan Lorincz reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use deadly force. In considering the issue of self-defense, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capabilities of Susan Lorincz and Ajike Owens. Both the state and defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys will now present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. I just want to remind you that I will be giving each of you a copy of these instructions to take back with you when you deliberate. Mr. Buxman. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I had the access to the TV, right?
You ready to go? You ready for it?
Yes, sir. This case basically requires you as a jury to answer one question. Was it reasonable to shoot through a closed, locked, deadbolted metal door at someone who's banging and yelling on the other side? That's the ultimate question in this case. The evidence in this case that you've heard for the past several days has proven beyond any reasonable doubt that the defendant's actions were not reasonable that night. The judge just read the law to you that's applicable to this case, and it is that law that guides your decision in this case. It is that law that you must follow. It is that law that we as a society have agreed to live by, and you, by taking your oath as a juror, have agreed to follow. And that's the law that should guide your entire analysis in this case. As you heard, the defendant is charged with one count of manslaughter. In order to prove manslaughter, the state has to prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, Ajike Owens is dead. That is not in dispute. That was agreed by the parties. I'm not going to spend any more time on that. That's been proven beyond any doubt. Two, the state has to prove either that Susan Lorincz intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Ajike Owens, or B, the death of Ajike Owens was caused by the culpable negligence of Susan Lorincz. The state only has to prove A or B, but the evidence in this case has proven beyond any reasonable doubt both of those. Let's talk about A first. That the defendant intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Ajike Owens. There is no question in this case that the defendant was the one that fired the gun that shot and killed Ms. Owens. She was the only one in the apartment that night. You heard crime scene investigator Catherine Medina, who processed the inside of her apartment, went into that bedroom and found that .380 Remington firearm in the trash can beneath that .22 Ruger firearm. Catherine Medina also found the spent shell casing that was found on the kitchen counter. Dr. Norford, the medical examiner, removed the projectile from Ms. Owens' body. And you heard from Florida Department of Law Enforcement analyst Jamie Williamson, who said she took that firearm that was found in the defendant's residence, compared it to the spent shell casing found in the kitchen, and determined that that casing was fired from the defendant's gun. She also examined that projectile recovered from Ms. Owens' body and compared it to the .380 Remington firearm, the defendant's, and found that the projectile in Ms. Owens' body was fired by the defendant's gun. Finally, the defendant admitted during her interview that she was the one that fired that gun. She also admitted that the act of pulling that trigger and firing that gun wasn't intentional. It wasn't an accidental situation. It wasn't a situation where she slipped and fell and the gun accidentally went off and shot through the door and struck Ms. Owens. That's not what we have here. She intentionally fired it. There's no doubt the defendant intentionally committed an act which caused the death of Ajike Owens. And we also know that Ms. Owens died as a result of that gunshot wound. The state's proven this beyond any reasonable doubt. You heard the judge read an instruction. You may be back there thinking, well, what if the defendant didn't intend to kill Ms. Owens? Well, the judge has told you that that is not an element, that's not a requirement for the state to prove in a manslaughter charge that the defendant intended to kill Ms. Owens. She's not charged with first-degree premeditated murder, which would require an intent to kill. She's charged with manslaughter. And the judge told you that in order to convict of manslaughter, it's not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause the death. We'll get into what the state only has to show that the act was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and we're going to get to those terms in a few minutes. Because Part A of Element 2 has been proven beyond any reasonable doubt, there's no even need to get to B. However, the evidence has also proven that the death of Ajike Owens was also caused by the culpable negligence of the defendant. The judge read you a long instruction about culpable negligence, told you that each of us has a duty to act reasonably towards others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. It has to show a reckless disregard for human life or the safety of people exposed to its dangerous effects. It has to be committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. The evidence has proven that the defendant did act with utter disregard for the life of others. She pointed a loaded firearm towards a door, towards a person that she knew was there on the opposite side of the door, and intentionally pulled the trigger. That shows a reckless disregard for human life. It's an act which she must have known or reasonably known would cause death or serious bodily injury if that projectile struck somebody. The evidence has proven beyond any reasonable doubt that her act, the act of firing that gun, constitutes culpable negligence. The crime of manslaughter has been proven beyond any doubt whatsoever, ladies and gentlemen. The question in this case lies with whether or not she was allowed to shoot and kill Miss Owens under these circumstances. The law says that in certain circumstances, a person cannot be held liable or responsible for shooting another person. And the first situation is if the killing was excusable. The judge read to you this instruction a few minutes ago. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But in order for a killing to be excusable, the killing in each of those three situations has to be committed by accident. And we've already discussed that this was not an accidental discharge. It's not a situation where she was playing with the gun and it accidentally went off and shot through the door or she dropped it. This was an intentional act. So excusable homicide is not relevant in this case. Another way in which a person could not be held legally responsible for killing another is if the killing was justifiable. You heard Judge Hodges read a few minutes ago that the killing of a human being is justifiable and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant or commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. That is the general instruction on justifiable homicide. The judge read to you a longer, more detailed instruction, which is what I'm going to go over now. Judge Hodges explained to you that if the defendant was in a dwelling or residence in which she had a right to be, she had no duty to retreat and had the right to stand her ground and use force, including deadly force, if she reasonably believed that such conduct was necessary to prevent either A, imminent death or great bodily harm to herself, or the imminent commission of a burglary, murder, or aggravated battery against herself. That first sentence there, if she was in a dwelling or residence in which she had the right to be, she had no duty to retreat. That applies in this case, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant was in her own home. The law accounts for that because people do have a right to be in their own home and be safe in their own home. That applies in this case. The law does not require her to jump out the back window and retreat in order to avoid this because she is in her own home. She doesn't have to do that in order to claim that she acted in self-defense. Now, her actions inside of her house and what she does during this period of time is relevant to look at the reasonableness of her fear and the reasonableness of her actions and decision in making and shooting. But she is not required to try to jump out a window to avoid this before she can claim self-defense. The crux of this case, ladies and gentlemen, is whether at the time she fired her gun, at that closed, locked, deadbolted door, did she reasonably believe that her conduct was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm against her, or the imminent commission of burglary, murder, or aggravated battery. The instructions that the judge read to you gives you an explanation of what burglary, murder, or aggravated battery mean legally. And I'm going to go through those later on. He read them to you, so I'm not going to go over them again right now, but we're going to address those later on. The judge also explained to you that in deciding whether the defendant was justified in using deadly force in firing that gun, you have to consider the circumstances under which she was surrounded at the time she chose to fire. Judge Hodges explained to you that the danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that the defendant actually believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Well, what does it mean by the danger need not be actual? Well, if the bailiff here and I are getting into an argument, and I start getting heated, and I start walking towards her, and I pull out a gun, and she pulls out a gun and shoots and kills me, but my gun was a fake gun, my danger to her wasn't actual. But all the circumstances surrounding it made her think that it was. So the actual danger need not be actual. But the defendant actually had to reasonably believe that the use of deadly force was necessary to prevent an imminent harm.
I like that analogy.
Moreover,
I have to say that is one of the best analogies I've heard explaining the situation. That was a good one.
to justify the use of deadly force, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use of deadly force was necessary. The standard by which you review this is based on whether a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances the defendant would have felt the danger was necessary. You take a normal, average, everyday person and ask yourself, would that normal, average, everyday person under these circumstances have believed that it was necessary to use deadly force to prevent the imminent harm to themselves or the imminent commission of a burglary, murder, or aggravated battery? I've used the word imminent many times because that's in all of these definitions, and that's very important. It's not that something bad could happen in the future or something may have. That something bad has to be imminent, immediate, about to happen. So let's start with whether or not the defendant reasonably believed that her firing the gun was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself. What were the circumstances she found herself in at the time she chose to pull that trigger? Because that's the relevant time. When she makes that decision to pull that trigger, what are the circumstances surrounding her? That's what the law focuses on. Taking a step back, though, we know that there have been past issues between the defendant and Ms. Owens. We've heard about a couple issues during the testimony and the evidence that they had some conflicts in the past. That information is relevant to you, could be relevant to you to consider, because those past contacts between the defendant and Ms. Owens could factor into the reasonableness of her decision in pulling the trigger. They may not. But the judge read to you, if you find a defendant who, because of threats or prior difficulties with Ms. Owens, had reasonable grounds to believe she was in danger of death or great bodily harm at the hands of Ms. Owens, you may consider this fact in determining whether the defendant's actions were those of a reasonable person. I want to talk a little bit about those prior issues. We know that these prior run-ins were the result of the defendant acting out or doing something towards the victim's children, Isaac and Israel. And at the time, we heard that Isaac was about 12 years old, Israel was about 9 or 10 years old. We heard that the defendant complained about the children, complained about them playing in this field, this open lot next door to her house. You heard that these children would play in that open field. They played football, they played some bottle games, some running around, what kids do. They weren't breaking into cars, they weren't vandalizing.
So ruled. Go ahead.
They weren't causing problems, vandalizing things, they were playing. And you heard from Frank Colon, who told you he was often out there playing with the children regularly to make sure they behaved. But as children do when they're playing, especially in groups, the children got loud. The children yelled and screamed and played to do what kids do. The defendant, the evidence has shown, didn't like that. She told the detectives in the interview she works from home, the loud noises interfered with that ability, she didn't like it. She complained to Charles Gabbard, her landlord, and Charles Gabbard, in response, in order to pacify her and appease her, got some no trespassing signs, those little signs that you get from Lowe's or Home Depot, and put them in the ground. She complained to the police about the children when she would call, complaining that the children were too close to her property or trespassing on her property or leaving things on her property, toys, and that they were loud. It's important to note that Charles Gabbard owns the property the defendant lived in, but he does not own that open field where the children played. Charles Gabbard has no ability to tell those children don't play there, or tell those children to be quiet, and neither do the police. You heard on two prior occasions that there were some prior difficulties between the defendant and Ms. Owens. You heard on one occasion, which happened February 25th of 2022, about 16 months prior to the shooting, that the defendant was again upset about the children playing, being loud, doing what they were doing. And you heard from London Remy, the
Kids being kids. These, and I keep going back to that. Kids these days don't go outside and play enough. And the fact that these kids were being kids, there was an adult out there with them playing football in the field, a father of one of the children that lived in the neighborhood. It's just kids being kids, man.
13-year-old girl that testified on the first day of this trial, that Ms. Owens walked over to the defendant's area, and there was an argument between the defendant and Ms. Owens. Ms. Owens went over there to tell the defendant to stop yelling and treating her kids the way that she was. There was an argument, and Ms. Owens pulled the no trespassing sign out and tossed it at the defendant as she was walking away. You heard London Remy talk to you about that, and she explained and even demonstrated how Ms. Owens took the sign and tossed it as she was walking away. And that sign hit the defendant in the leg. Was that the proper way of probably handling the situation by Ms. Owens? Probably not. But what's important to know is there were no punches thrown. Ms. Owens didn't run up and attack the defendant, didn't punch her in the head, knock her down, kick her, didn't bust into her house or anything like that. Ms. Owens said what she had to say, tossed the sign, and walked away, leaving the confrontation. The defendant called 911, the emergency line. The officers came out, talked to everybody, and no arrests were made. On another occasion, December 22nd of 2022, about 6 months before this crime, the defendant was again angry at the children for being loud. Obviously, the children told their mother because, again, Ms. Owens came over to the defendant's property and told the defendant not to yell at the children. We heard from Deputy Kinsey, who spoke with Ms. Owens, and Ms. Owens told Deputy Kinsey, I walked over there with my child and wanted to talk to the defendant and deal with the situation. According to the defendant, the victim told her that if you yell at my kids again, I'm going to drag you out and beat your butt, basically. But remember in the defendant's second interview that you heard with the detectives, she was specifically asked if she remembered any kind of threats like that. And the defendant said she didn't remember anything. So either Ms. Owens never made such a statement, or the statement wasn't so significant such that the defendant even remembered it to talk to the detectives about it and specifically asked. And we also know that the defendant, moving ahead to the night of the shooting, the defendant tells the detectives that Ms. Owens came over and said, I'm going to effing kill you, over and over again. No one else heard that. You heard from Jared Gardner, you heard from Gabriel Rodriguez, who were right there. They said she never said that. So back to February of 2023. We know that Ms. Owens was upset about how the defendant was talking or treating her children. Ms. Owens walks over to the defendant's property. They have this argument, disagreement, whatever you want to call it. There's no violence. There's no punches thrown. Ms. Owens doesn't knock the defendant down and kick her and beat her. She doesn't try to break into her house, shatter her sliding glass door to get to her, nothing. It's a verbal argument, and the verbal argument ends when Ms. Owens walks away from the situation and goes back to her house. The defendant again calls 911. The police come out. They interview everybody. No arrests are made. As I said earlier, you can consider these prior difficulties between the two in determining whether or not they contributed to the defendant's decision to fire that gun that night on June 2nd, 2023. I submit to you that these two episodes, one of which happened about 16 months before the shooting, one happened about 6 months or so before the shooting, involved no violence except for the tossing of a sign, a flimsy Lowe's no trespassing sign. It didn't involve the defendant or the victim trying to break into the defendant's house. It didn't involve Ms. Owens beating the defendant up or causing her any physical injuries, and were resolved when Ms. Owens walked away from the confrontation.
I have to agree with Indy. I'll be honest, I would be pissed too if some grown-ass Karen was talking smack to my children and they were playing outside at that. I mean, come on. Girl, let me tell you, Indy, Muffins, she's around. She's probably doing her own thing. But my daughter Muffins, you know, they played outside all the time. We had one Miss Joyce, which Miss Joyce has been mentioned in our chat before, lived across the street. She had kids herself, but she didn't like the loud kids being outside in the street, always had something to say. But she knew, Joyce knew, don't say nothing to my kids. My kids are outside playing. They're being good. They would never disrespect you. They may point finger at you and say, ha, 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 Miss Joyce is on her porch watching, you know, something like that. But they would never be disrespectful. And the fact they're outside playing is a lot. Kids these days do not go outside and play enough. They're always inside doing video games or playing on their phones or Snapchat or whatever. And I think that's what really grabbed my heart. I'd say this over and over. I've said this for 3 days now. The fact that these kids were being kids. They were being kids. They were outside. That should have just been joy enough. Joy enough. I do have, which after the closing arguments, when we get to the situation where she is found guilty or innocent, there is penalty phase or whatever, but her sister gets on the stand and we hear from her sister. We actually hear from Susan's sister. I haven't watched it. I'm saving it for y'all. Because y'all know me and my mouth. Me and my mouth, it overloads my ass sometimes. So I don't know what I'm gonna say, but I did find it. I paused it. I seen it was her sister. I said, we saving this for stream.
Now, it's interesting in her interview, in the defendant's interview, that she described an incident that happened about 2 months before the shooting on June 2nd, after the sign throwing incident, after the second incident that happened in December of 2022. She described an incident that happened about 2 months before the shooting. Now, the defendant in her interview tried to explain how this sign throwing incident and this other incident caused her such terror of Miss Owens, such fear, such panic, because Miss Owens was so violent that contributed to her the reasonableness and why she decided to fire the gun. But let's talk about what the defendant said in her interview about the incident that happened 2 months prior to the shooting, after these other things. She's talking to the detectives about the sign throwing, or about this incident that happened 2 months before, and she tells the detectives, and one time she was talking to the neighbors, meaning the defendant, or meaning Miss Owens, and she said, oh, that bitch over there is crazy, you know? I'm not going, sorry. I walked over. I said, what is your problem? And she just went on a tirade. She tells the detective, I walked over and said, what is your problem? The defendant admitted that she was the one that walked over and confronted Miss Owens about Miss Owens telling a neighbor that the defendant was a crazy bitch. And she told the detectives further that she was actually over by Miss Owens' driveway when she confronted Miss Owens. Does that sound like the actions of someone who was so terrified because somebody tossed in a trespassing sign and someone came over and had an argument with her earlier? Does that sound like somebody who's so afraid of this woman that she's going to walk up to this woman, confront her in her own driveway? Or does that sound like someone who is angry at Miss Owens and has no problem initiating confrontation?
I like this attorney.
The defendant also explained that during this same incident, two months or so before the shooting, that Miss Owens accused her, the defendant, of using racial slurs towards her children. The defendant during an interview explained, look, I told her I didn't do that. She kept insisting I did, and the defendant said, I eventually just said I'm sorry to diffuse the situation. There's probably nothing more infuriating to an African-American woman.
Objection and proper argument.
So ruled. There's probably nothing more infuriating to an African-American woman for someone to believe that someone used a racial slur towards her children. But what does Miss Owens do when she thinks this is what happened? She doesn't go over and attack the defendant, she doesn't go over and beat the defendant up. She doesn't go and attack Miss Lorincz, push her down, say this is what you told my children. She goes and she has an argument. And Miss Owens doesn't resort to violence. Miss Owens walks away. Miss Owens, if she wanted to, had every ability to attack the defendant for that. But she didn't. She had every ability because even then, there wasn't a closed, locked, deadbolted metal door between them. Despite not having that barrier, Miss Owens did not do anything violent towards the defendant. Instead, she walked away without incident. Which brings us to June 2nd, 2023, the day of the shooting. We saw videos taken from the defendant's cell phone during the couple hours before the shooting happened. They showed the children playing in that open field. You saw Frank Cologne out with the children one time in one of those videos. And in one of those videos, taken at 8:49:51, we see Israel waving past the trespassing signs on her property, waving at her. Once again, the defendant was angry because the children were being loud and it was bothering her, and Israel went past the no trespassing sign. And you heard from Muriel Rodriguez, who said, yes, in fact, that night, Israel...
Okay. And Israel, being the little smart aleck kid he is, not going to lie, not sugarcoat it, because kids are going to be kids, probably walked right up to that sign and waved. Hi, I touched your sign. I touched it. Okay, I could see Muffins doing that. My Muffins, that's exactly what she would do. She would look at Miss Joyce. Hi, I touched your car. She's a kid. Israel's a kid.
They go past the no trespassing sign. We saw that in the video we just looked at. We heard from the defendant's 911 call in the interview with the detectives that there was some altercation between the defendant and Miss Owens' children. It involved a tablet, roller skates being thrown, an umbrella being shaken, something. The facts of that altercation really aren't important or relevant. What's relevant is that is the catalyst. That is what causes the children to go and tell Miss Owens. And that's what causes Miss Owens to come over and once again deal with an issue regarding the defendant and her children. We heard from the 911 call that the defendant made, the first 911 call before the shooting, and she acknowledged there was an issue with the children. She acknowledged that she threw some roller skates. She acknowledged and told the 911 operator that the child accused her of stealing the iPad. We heard in the 911 call that in the interview that there was something involving shaking an umbrella as well. So we know that the defendant got into some sort of argument or something with the children, which caused the children to go talk to Miss Owens, their mother, and causes Miss Owens to come over to deal with it. You heard from Jesse Newbanks, the Marion County Sheriff's Office digital forensic examiner who examined the defendant's cell phone. And going into the logs of the cell phone, we know that the defendant first made that first 911 call that we heard at 8:54:09 p.m. And you heard her on that call, that was played earlier. You heard her, she was angry about the children trespassing, angry about that 9-year-old stepping onto her property, angry about the children leaving things in her area. She was angry the kids were being noisy, and she admitted to throwing the roller skate like we saw in the photo a few minutes ago. She told the 911 operator that she was sick of the children. Her words were, "They are bothering me. They won't effing stop." She wasn't afraid. She was angry. You heard the tone of that 911 call. The 911 call operator asked, "Are you in danger?" And she said, "No, I locked my door." She locked her metal door. We know from her 911 call, the main lock was engaged. We know from her interview with the detectives, the deadbolt was engaged. So at this time, she's behind a closed, locked, deadbolted metal door, standard metal door, about 1 3/4 inches thick. She's behind that in her concrete block home.
Facts matter.
Now, let's take a pause from June 2nd. You heard some information about the door jamb having some prior damage to it. And we saw photos, the state introduced photos of that door jamb and the prior damage. We heard from the landlord, Charles Gabbard, who said, yes, that door about a couple months earlier had some damage to it. I went and repaired it. He told you he replaced the strike plate of the lock, he replaced the strike plate for the deadbolt, he drilled those things into the door frame, and it was secure. He used some wood putty to further secure it, and the only thing that was left was some cosmetic damage that didn't affect the integrity or the stability or the durability of that door. He told you that when he left, the defendant was content with his repairs, except for the cosmetic damage, which he said, I'm going to come back and make it look pretty. But that door was secure. There was no concern at all that that door wasn't going to hold up if someone banged on it. So we talked about the first 911 call was made at 8:54:09 p.m. And based on Jesse Newbanks' analysis, that call lasted 4 minutes and 55 seconds, which means she hung that phone up at 8:59:04. At 9:01 and 37 seconds is when the data on her phone says she picked up the phone again to call 911 after the shooting happened. So whatever happened with Miss Owens coming to the door, banging on the door, the defendant going in to her bedroom, getting the gun, coming out, aiming at the door, shooting, and then her getting her cell phone and making a call, took 2 minutes and 33 seconds. Not the 10 minutes like she told the detectives. 2 minutes and 33 seconds. So again, the evidence has shown that before she makes the second 911 call, Miss Owens walks from her house across the street to the defendant's house to deal with the situation involving her children. Witnesses said she walked over there with purpose. She was mad, no question. Jared Gardner told you that he heard Miss Owens say, after she banged on the door, something to the effect of, "Come out here, bitch," or "Bitch, open the door," something to that effect. Sheriff Gardner told you he never heard Miss Owens say anything like, "I'm going to effing kill you," "I'm going to break down your door," "I'm going to go in your house." He didn't hear anything like that, because those statements weren't made. He heard Miss Owens tell the defendant, "Come outside." You heard from Uriel Rodriguez, 12-year-old Uriel Rodriguez, the second witness we called. He told you he saw Miss Owens walk across the street, saw her walking with a purpose, saw that she was angry, it was clear how she was walking, saw she didn't have anything in her hands. He heard Miss Owens say, "Come out." And he said she used the B word and the F word, consistent with what Jared Gardner said. So he too hears Miss Owens say, "Come out, bitch." Uriel Rodriguez said he never heard Miss Owens threaten the defendant, say, "I'm going to effing kill you, I'm going to bust in your house," anything like that. It was "come out." Miss Owens made it clear to the defendant that she wanted the defendant to come out and deal with this situation. If Miss Owens wanted to get into that house, all she had to do was take something from the patio, one of that little Santa thing that was sitting there, throw it through the sliding glass door, shatter the door, and get in there. She didn't do any of that, because her goal was not to get in the house. It was to get the defendant to come out and deal with the situation with her children. Even in the defendant's interview with the detectives, she was asked what was the first thing that came out of Miss Owens' mouth. And the defendant said, Miss Owens first said, I want to speak to you because you're talking to my sons. I don't like the way you're talking to my sons. First thing out of her mouth deals with her sons. First thing out of her mouth is not, I'm going to bust in your house and I'm going to kill you. It's, I want to talk to you about my sons, just like the last times. You heard from Yvonne Costa, who's the neighbor at the adjoining wall to the defendant's apartment. She told you that she heard loud arguing, and then she heard a door slam. Clearly, this was the defendant slamming her door after she was arguing with the children, because Yvonne Costa said a few minutes later is when she hears the pounding, and the pounding was loud. There's no doubt about that. It was loud enough to shake the wall between the two of them that they share, and maybe even rattle a mirror. It was loud, but it wasn't banging hard enough to damage the door. There's no dents. There's no major problems with the door. No damage to the doorknob as if someone was trying to beat on it and break the doorknob off to get in there. She was banging hard like law enforcement officers do when they come to a door and say, Marion County Sheriff's Office. And in fact, the defendant actually told the detective.
Actually, I do have a live plan for 11 p.m. Central Time, and it is the opening statements to the Julio Fulio trial. I'm just going to go over the opening statements, and I'm going to save trial but I do have that plan for a late night tonight.
She initially thought it might be the law enforcement coming. Why? Because she just called them and knew they were coming. She knew they were coming before she fired the shot. Everyone then, after the banging, hears the shot. You heard the interviews the defendant gave and the 911 calls. The defendant never said that Miss Owens was rattling her doorknob, shaking the doorknob as if she was trying to get in. She was specifically asked during the second interview, did she ever try to open that sliding glass door or open the door handle or anything like that? Or was it just pounding? The defendant's answer was, I just remember her pounding and pounding. You also heard in the interview that the defendant gave that the sliding glass door was further secured by a wooden stick in the track, so the door couldn't be opened. It was locked, the door couldn't be opened because of that wooden stick. The defendant never told the detectives during the interviews that Miss Owens was trying to open that sliding glass door, that she was banging or jiggling on the doorknob trying to get in. Never told them that she was trying to break her window or anything like that. Rather than wait for law enforcement to arrive, because she knew they were coming because she called and they told her that law enforcement was coming, she went into her bedroom and grabbed her gun. She doesn't grab her phone, which she just had in her hand 2 minutes earlier, to call 911 again. She goes in the bedroom and grabs her gun. She goes back into the family room. She approaches the door to the point where she says she reached that kitchen table. She doesn't fire a warning shot through the door or in the air, into the ground, anything like that. We heard her in her first interview say she never intended to kill Miss Owens. Well, look at the placement of the shot that she fired. She took aim. She leveled the gun at the door. She aimed directly where a person would be if the person was knocking on the door, at a height consistent with where Miss Owens would be, and pulled the trigger. She didn't fire over and over and over again. She didn't unload her magazine as if she was in a panic. She fired one controlled, precise round into the door, the exact place a person would be if they were knocking. Then she had the presence of mind.
Sorry, I was eating a fried mushroom, so I turned my camera off. But remember though, when she fired that one round, she heard AJ say, ow, and Susan said to herself, oh shit, I shot her. She said that in the interview, so keep that in mind too, jurors.
To go back into her bedroom, put that .380 Remington back in the trash can, underneath the .22 caliber Ruger that was found, because remember, CSI Medina found the .380 the gun that used to fire the bullet in this case, beneath the .22 caliber Ruger, the little clinker. And then she has the presence to call 911. So now we know what the evidence has shown. Let's go back to the instructions that we looked at earlier. The circumstances that she found herself in when she fired that round were that she was angry at Miss Owens' children, such that she called 911 on the children. That an angry mother was banging on her door, yelling at her to come outside. That she is behind a closed, locked, deadbolted metal door, and she knows law enforcement is on the way. She goes into her bedroom, she grabs her gun, walks back to the living room, walks towards the door, fires one precise round in the exact location where a person would be. Those are the circumstances by which she was surrounded when she made that decision to pull the trigger, at the time she decided to use deadly force. There was no imminent danger whatsoever when she fired that gun. Ms. Owens had not broken down the door. She hadn't gained access to her house. She hadn't shattered the sliding glass door to get in. Ms. Owens was banging on the door, telling the defendant to come out. A belief that there was an immediate or imminent danger such that deadly force was necessary at that time was simply unreasonable, because there was no imminent danger. And that word imminent is very important. It's included in the law for a reason. In order for the defendant to be allowed to use deadly force, that threat to her life must be imminent. It had to be ready to happen. It had to be staring her in the face, such as she had to act at that moment to protect her life. If Ms. Owens would somehow have managed to bust through this locked, deadbolted metal door, entered her house, and started coming at her, the defendant may have had a right to shoot, because that danger would have then been imminent. But that's not the situation we have here. We talked about Part A, imminent death or great bodily harm to herself. She would also have the right to use deadly force if she needed to do so to prevent the imminent commission of a burglary, murder, or aggravated battery against herself. Murder is defined as the intentional, unlawful killing of another by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. Again, there's no evidence to support that at the time the defendant fired that gun, that Ms. Owens was about to murder her. Ms. Owens had no ability whatsoever to even get into that house, to even try to cause her harm. There's the secure, locked, deadbolted metal door. It's not a situation where Ms. Owens was charging at the defendant with a gun, a bat, a knife, something like that, and she had to resort to use deadly force. That's not our situation. Similarly, the crime of aggravated battery is an intentionally touching or striking another with a deadly weapon, or intentionally or knowingly causing great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. Just like the previous explanation, Ms. Owens, at the time she was shot, had no ability whatsoever to even get into that house. It also is interesting to know that at no time during the interview does she claim to think that Ms. Owens had any kind of a weapon. There's no evidence to support that Ms. Owens was in the process of committing an aggravated battery or about to cause her imminent, immediate harm when she fired that gun. Let's talk about burglary. The defendant would be allowed to use deadly force to prevent the imminent commission of a burglary upon herself. Well, what is burglary? Burglary is entering a structure owned by or in the possession of another with the intent to commit a crime therein. And the crime can't be burglary or trespass. The judge also read you the definition of structure. It means any building of any kind, temporary or permanent, that has a roof over its head and the enclosed space of ground and outbuildings immediately surrounding the structure. The enclosure need not be continuous, as it may have an ungated opening for entering and exiting. Based on the law, there's no doubt the inside of the defendant's house is a structure. This is a situation where Ms. Owens is standing on the other side of the door, yelling at the defendant to come outside. There's no evidence whatsoever that Ms. Owens was trying to enter her residence. She's not jiggling the doorknob. She's not, shattering the sliding glass door or anything like that. There's no evidence that Ms. Owens said anything to indicate she was going to bust into her house. No evidence that Ms. Owens was committing a burglary of getting into her house or trying to get into her house. Also included, though, in the definition of structure includes the enclosed space of ground and outbuildings immediately surrounding that structure. That would include the defendant's porch area. The evidence has shown that Ms. Owens walked onto her porch area, the defendant's porch area, to bang on that door. So Ms. Owens did enter that portion of the structure, that porch area. But what's important about burglary is that second sentence up there in the first paragraph. Or the first sentence, I'm sorry. In order for something to be a burglary, the person would have to enter the structure with the intent to commit a crime. And that's why the mailman or the Amazon delivery guy can come onto the porch and drop off a package and not be charged with burglary because there's no intent to commit a crime. Also important is the crime that is intended.
Okay, I've never heard. Stop. I've never heard that used as an analogy before. Y'all, I'm sorry. The Amazon guy can come drop off a package. And that's not considered a crime because he's not taking anything. I like that. And I've never heard that. That one caught me as funny. I'm sorry.
The person would have to enter the structure with the intent to commit a crime. And that's why the mailman or the Amazon delivery guy can come onto the porch and drop off a package and not be charged with burglary because there's no intent to commit a crime. Also important is the crime that is intended to be committed cannot be burglary. Obviously, you can't use the charged crime with the intended crime to be the same, but it also can't be trespass. The crime has to be something other than Ms. Owens walking onto that porch. by law that we all have agreed to live by. That crime that intended to be committed to be a burglary could be theft, could be vandalism, could be some violent crime towards a person, but it cannot be simply walking onto that porch. So if you're thinking, well, Ms. Owens walked onto the porch, therefore she intended to commit a trespass, therefore it's a burglary, therefore the defendant has the right to shoot, that would be legally incorrect. And that would be a miscarriage of justice. It's legally insufficient for that to constitute a burglary. In order for the defendant to have the right to shoot Ms. Owens, there has to be it has to be done to prevent the imminent, immediate, about to happen commission of a burglary. And that burglary would have to be that Ms. Owens came on the property with the intent to commit some crime. Ms. Owens came onto the property to have the defendant come out to discuss this issue. It's not a crime to bang on somebody's door. It's not a crime to yell. There is no evidence that she came over there with any other intent but to get the defendant to come out and talk. And that's why Ms. Owens' actions don't constitute a burglary. The judge also read to you an instruction that Susan Lorincz is presumed to have held a reasonable fear of imminent peril, of death or great bodily harm to herself when using defensive force that was intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm if these two things happen. The person against whom the defensive force was used, in this case Ms. Owens, she was the one that the force was used against, was in the process of unlawfully and forcibly entering or had unlawfully and forcibly entered a dwelling or residence, or if that person was attempting to remove another against that person's will from the dwelling. And the defendant knew or had reason to believe that the unlawful and forcible entry or the forcible act was occurring or had occurred. Notice what this instruction requires. The person was in the process of unlawfully and forcefully entering or had unlawfully and forcibly entered the residence. Not that the intruder may want to come in or could come in. The intruder has to be in the process of entering the residence or in the residence. We don't have that here. As we discussed, there's no evidence whatsoever that Ms. Owens was actually in the process of unlawfully or forcibly entering the house. The defendant is not entitled to any kind of presumption that she was in fear. Based on the law that we went over and the evidence and circumstances surrounding the defendant when she chose to fire that gun, which killed Ms. Owens, her actions were not reasonable, and she was not allowed to use deadly force legally, based on the law. Now you heard from a crime scene expert, Joshua Wright, who explained where he thought the defendant was standing when she fired the gun in the house. You heard from a computer graphics gentleman who did the video that we saw and some of the photogrammetry information that was yesterday. And those representations relied heavily on what the defendant said happened, her own version of events. You also heard from Roy Bedard, who talked in generalities about how people make decisions in stressful situations. Ladies and gentlemen, none of that testimony sheds any light on the reasonableness of the defendant's decision or the imminence of the threat that she perceived. Ladies and gentlemen, because the evidence has proven beyond any reasonable doubt that the defendant's decision to use deadly force by pulling that trigger, and because her intentional act of firing through that door caused the death of Ajike Owens, we're asking you to find the defendant guilty of manslaughter with a firearm. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break, about 10 minutes.
And we're going to zoom during that break. But I want to say I find it kind of funny as I'm flipping around because I'm looking at my my saved history on the Alicia Andrews, Florida versus Alicia Andrews, the Giulio Fulio trial. And as I was looking for my information to make sure I had it all pulled up for tonight, Mr. Vinnie Politan is doing an episode on this. Tell me I didn't have a good idea. If I could only get my shit in the algorithm, right? If I could only get my shit in the algorithm. Maybe if I stop cussing so much, I can get in the algorithm. You're still fuming about, I know.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will now hear from Ms. Sizemore.
May this work?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. This case is about perception. The Constitution of our country embodies the right to be able to defend ourselves. And there's a wisdom in our laws that begins with this concept of perception. It's central to self-defense because the law protects that reasonable perception. The law demands that we assess the reasonableness of that perception, not from the comfort of a courtroom. But we have to take ourselves back to the perspective of the moment itself. The law requires each and every one of us to look at the circumstances that Susan Lorincz was facing on June 2nd of 2023. She was almost 59 years old. She was in her home where she lived alone, a troubled neighborhood to say the least. It was nighttime. She was suffering from a multitude of medical conditions when she was startled by a barrage of screaming of profanities and banging on her door so hard that the walls were shaking in a cement block house. Now, the judge has gone over with us some of the law in this case, and it's very, very important, particularly when we are dealing with self-defense. And I know Mr. Buxman went over a little bit. I need to go over it with you, and this is the only opportunity that I have to speak with you, so just bear with me. In jury selection, the judge talked to us about this plea of not guilty and reasonable doubt. And he sort of went over that instruction, and he gave it again, and there's a reason that it's one of the first instructions that we get. It's sort of the foundation of our system of justice. So what does it tell us? It tells us that Susan Lorincz has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe that she is innocent. So we start there. We start with the fact that she's innocent, and where does it go? Where does that presumption go? It stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the information through each state of the trial. Unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. That's pretty powerful language for the protection of our liberties. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. We talked about this term reasonable doubt in jury selection. I'm not going to read the whole definition to you again. The judge gave it to you again. And it's very important. And what is reasonable doubt? It means you have to be sure. Really sure. The law says you should only convict someone if you're convinced they're guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You should feel confident in your decision without hesitation. So if there's something in the evidence that gives you pause, if you're back there and you're deliberating and you're thinking, man, she was an older woman. She had some medical issues. She did live alone. She had these prior run-ins with Ajike. I could see how she could be scared of her. And you're thinking, I did see the damage on that door. That's reasonable. I could see how she could be afraid that she was going to get through. If you're back there and you're pausing and you're hesitating, if you're wavering and vacillating, that's reasonable doubt. And if you have a reasonable doubt, you should find Ms. Lorincz not guilty because that is what the law says. And each and every one of you took an oath to follow the law. So where do we look for reasonable doubt? It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone. Only the evidence introduced in this trial and nothing else that you are to look for that proof. It may arise from the evidence, the conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. And if you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. Justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force. This is a very, very important jury instruction. You're going to get to work with this when you're deliberating. The laws in Florida give citizens the right to defend themselves when they are faced with imminent danger. Deadly force means force that is likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. And the most important thing in this part of the jury instruction is where it says, for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not justified in using deadly force. So they not only have to prove to you that she committed this manslaughter, but they also have to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she was not justified in using deadly force. Mr. Buxman went over this, Judge Hodges read this to us, and there's a couple important parts of this jury instruction that we need to focus on. And one is, if Susan Lorincz was in a dwelling in which she had a right to be, she had no duty to retreat. If you remember during the trial, Mr. Smith had asked some of the witnesses, did Susan shoot from way back there by her bedroom? Did she shoot from behind that countertop or behind that kitchen? It doesn't matter, because she has no duty to retreat, and she can stand her ground when she is in her dwelling if she is faced with imminent danger. Another important part of this is if she reasonably believed. We do not judge Susan Lorincz with what we in this courtroom have experienced in life. It's not what I would do, or Mr. Buxman or Mr. Smith would do in that circumstance. It's what Susan Lorincz reasonably believed was necessary to prevent. That's a very important word, prevent. The law does not say that you have to wait to get punched or attacked before you can do something. That's not what it says. You can use deadly force to prevent someone from coming into your home and hurting you or attacking you. Because members of the jury, if someone who is on the outside of your door that is banging and pounding so hard wants to get in that house and they do, it is too late. There are way too many variables if someone actually gets in.
Y'all, I'm sitting here trying to do something. I turned my camera off. Of course, I got my big old spotlight on because I was trying to read something on my paper, but I'm listening to her as I read. Ma'am, you got to go for a bit, but you'll be back. All right. Like I said, I'll be back at 11 Central with opening statements for the Florida versus Alicia Andrews, which is the Julio Fulio trial. So if y'all want to come back for that, this is almost over. She's going to do hers, and then we do a redirect, and then we get verdict. But tonight, I want to get on that Julio Fulio trial.
Inside, your gun could jam.
Thanks for being here. Love you, girl. Mwah.
You could get rushed. You could fall, especially if you have medical conditions. So the law accounts for that. You can do what you need to do to prevent that from happening. What was Ms. Lorincz confronted with on that night when she had to make a split-second decision? We heard from Dr. Roy Bedard. He's a world-renowned use of force expert, trains law enforcement officers all over the country, and he talked to us about how someone reacts under stressful situations, these high-stakes decision-making. And he told us that when there's high consequences, you don't really know if the person on the other side of the door or the person that's confronting you is armed. Not just Susan Lorincz, but most people go to the fact that this person is armed, that they are a real threat. That's reasonable. And Susan Lorincz had no idea what Ajike Owens had on her. He told us that biologically, what happens in your brain and you're stressed, and you have these high anxiety situations, and it's releasing all of these things, your adrenal glands, and it's a high stress situation. And people have to make life or death split-second decisions when they're going through these things. He told us how a person perceives time differently. That something that was a second may have actually been a minute. And he told us that if someone's older or if they have prior negative dealings with somebody, all of those things can affect their decision making. It's very difficult for someone to judge what is going to come next. And the law says that Susan Lorincz can defend herself to prevent the imminent commission of burglary, murder, or aggravated battery against herself. So this sort of lays out the definition of those things, and I'm not going to read it all again, but there's an important thing that I want to point out about the crime of aggravated battery. It's defined as intentionally touching or striking another with a deadly weapon, or intentionally or knowingly causing great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement to another. We heard from Dr. Norford, the medical examiner in this case. And on cross-examination, she told us, yeah, I mean, if somebody is hit or kicked or punched, and that person is older, and they have medical conditions, that could cause great bodily harm to.
I will say real quick, while I'm still doing my writing over here, unfortunately for me, and I'm speaking of me, she's talking about what the gentleman talked about on the stand, that the psychiatrist, psychology doctor thingy wannabe. We didn't get to hear all of his testimony. So a lot of whatever she's talking about that he said, we didn't get to hear. That's what bothers me with trials, is when they cut shit out and we can't see the full thing. I want to know from start to finish. Don't cut these people off. Don't cut off what they're saying. If you're going to put it on here for us to listen to, we need to read it. We need to be able to get it all in. I don't like that. I'm just saying. Y'all just, me being mouthy. Lola's fixing to bark, so I got to mute again.
So if Ajike Owens gets through that door and just punches or kicks or hurts Susan Lawrence, that could cause her great bodily harm. We heard the statement that Susan Lawrence gave to law enforcement. We heard two of them. And Miss Lawrence told detectives on the night of that incident she was pounding, Miss Owens was pounding on her front door so hard the walls were shaking. She told detectives that Miss Owens was screaming at the top of her lungs and that Susan told her, "You're trespassing, you need to leave." Susan Lawrence told detectives, "I really thought she was going to break my door down. I really thought that. I saw the door moving in, and I really believed that. I honest to God believe that." That is what she said. She reasonably believed that. We heard Susan tell the detectives, "I heard Miss Owens say, 'I'm going to fucking kill you.'" She heard that. Miss Lawrence told them, "I heard the door crack. And when I heard that door crack, I fired." We heard from Joshua Wright, the ballistics expert, and he sort of worked in conjunction with Toby Terpstra, and they created this 3D visualization that you saw. And what's important about Mr. Wright's testimony is that it's consistent with what Susan Lawrence told detectives. "I was standing back near the table. There's no evidence that she moved the shell casing or did anything like that." It's consistent with what she told them. Miss Lawrence told them, "I wasn't going anywhere near that door. I was terrified it was going to come down." And he told us, yeah, it's pretty likely that Susan was standing by her table when she fired the gun. So how do we decide whether somebody is justified in using deadly force? And this paragraph sort of guides us in that, and it tells us that you must consider the circumstances at the time the force was used, all of it. The fact that she's in her home, she's alone, it's nighttime, her knowledge of Ajike Owens and her past interactions with her, the noise level with the pounding and the screaming of the profanities, the problems that Susan Lawrence was having physically, all of it. You have to take into account those circumstances. It's what she would reasonably do. The beauty of the law is that it does not punish individuals that reasonably perceive that danger. Now let's talk more about that danger, because the law goes one step further and it tells us that the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that the defendant actually believed the use of deadly force was necessary. And we know that it was real to her because we heard her in her statements to detectives. "I really thought I heard that crack and she was coming through that door." She just believed that. And if she believes that and she perceives a danger, and that danger is reasonable in her shoes, she can defend herself. She does not have to wait. So was it reasonable for Susan Lawrence to think that she was in a dangerous situation where she could be hurt or killed? This is what was standing between Susan Lawrence and Ajike Owens on June 2nd of 2023. Ajike Owens was a 35-year-old woman who was 5'7", weighed 293 pounds, and was very, very angry at Susan Lawrence. A door frame that was broken and barely hanging on. Now we heard from Charles Gabbard. He told us, I tried to fix this door as best as I could. I put some screws in it, put some putty in it, and it was structurally sound. He made a point to let everybody know it was structurally sound. Not really sure how he knows that. He didn't really do any testing. But he wants everybody to know, this is not my fault. As a landlord, that door was structurally sound.
Y'all don't want me to comment about that door, do y'all? Y'all? we'd be talking about this door again. I got issues.
But it doesn't really matter whether it was or it wasn't. What matters is that Susan Lawrence knew the shape of the door and what it was like on that day, and she believed that door wasn't going to hold up. And was it reasonable for her to think that? Absolutely. All we have to do is look at the photos. The crack goes all the way down the frame. Almost all the way down. Was it reasonable for Susan Lawrence to hear a crack when Ajike Owens was banging so hard on that door? Absolutely. Miss Owens was a woman who ignored not one, see the no trespassing sign in the window, not two, but three no trespassing signs. 3. And we know this was not the first time that Ajike Owens had trespassed on Susan Lawrence's property, and we'll get to that a little bit later on.
Okay. Now, what this is going to cause me to do is deep dive on no trespassing. Just because there's a no trespassing sign does not, I don't think, now, let me know if I'm wrong, but just because there's a no trespassing sign does not mean somebody cannot come knock on your door. You mean to tell me because I have a no trespassing sign that somebody gonna come up here to, I don't know, serve me some civil papers? I don't know. Maybe they got my mail next door. They can't knock on my door because I have a no trespassing sign? Get the fuck out of here.
Miss Owens was very, very angry. How do we know that? What evidence tells?
I would be an excellent defense attorney, but it would bother me when I saw somebody like Casey Anthony walk, knowing I got her off him. You know, me too. I mean, I will fight for you, whatever, but don't bring me no bullshit. Don't tell me it smells like roses when it's a pile of dog poop. You know, that's what bothers me. And these and I need to know. I got to dive on these no trespassing signs because now I need to know.
Tells us that. We know that there was an interaction that Susan Lawrence had with Ajike's sons, Israel and Isaac. Susan talked a little bit about it in her statements to detectives. There was an issue with a tablet and a pair of skates and an umbrella. And Miss Owens went over to confront Susan Lawrence about it, and we heard from Yaro Rodriguez, and he took the stand and he told us Miss Owens was mad. Yaro Rodriguez told us Miss Owens' tone was a loud and a mad one. He told us Miss Owens was screaming and using words like bitch and fuck. And he told us, at first he didn't admit it. He was like, I didn't see her knock on that sliding glass door first. But we reminded him, you know, you gave us a deposition and you told us about these things. And he said, yes, actually, I did remember. I did see that. So she went straight to the sliding glass door and she started pounding as hard as she could. And we heard from Jareth Gardner. And he told us that he was over by the basketball hoops, and when Isaac and Israel came up to him and told him something that had happened at Susan's house, and he told us one of the kids said, go get AJ. He didn't really want to tell us, but he admitted, yeah, she seemed frustrated, Miss Owens seemed frustrated, and that he heard Miss Owens knocking, and then knocked again, but this time it was louder. He told us that he heard Miss Owens say, bitch, open the door. And he told us that Miss Owens' demeanor was like somebody had just messed with her kids. And he told us that even he started walking over to Susan Lawrence's home because he felt the energy and he knew an altercation was about to happen. This was not a woman that was coming over to have a nice chat with Susan Lawrence about what had happened with her children. We cannot ignore the realities of what happened that night. The state may compare this to someone just coming on the little, come on, Susan, I want to talk to you about what happened with my kids. That is just not what happened.
Ma'am, he told you. Ma'am, when we started this trial, the very first thing in opening statements, the judge told you, do not pound on his podium. Do not knock on his podium. Do not make noises on his podium, that it is $30,000 worth of equipment. Do not fuck with it. Ma'am, don't knock on that podium again. The judge is going to get your ass.
Miss Owens was screaming so loudly that Rosalie Smith, a neighbor that lives a football field away, heard her. She said it was so loud. So if you can imagine how loud it was for Rosalie Smith, who was a football field away, imagine what that felt like for Susan Lawrence, who was right on the other side of that door.
Ma'am? No. Sorry. Got a cigarette in my hand. No. Remember, the lady that was a football field away said she could hear commotion. She could hear some banging. But it wasn't until she heard what she thought was a firearm shot that she called 911. So she couldn't hear any words. She didn't make out anything that was said. So, Miss Defense Attorney?
With that broken door frame. Miss Smith told us it wasn't just 3 bangs and then another 3 bangs. She told us it was a lot of pounding. I mean, a lot. And that it felt like even to her, it went on forever. Yariel Rodriguez told us Miss Owens was banging on the door hard, and she was banging with
Vibe. Get me a mac and cheese bowl. Get me a mac and cheese bowl, dude.
her fist. I mean, he told us this is what I saw.
I have somebody calling, and I don't know who it is. I have to answer it. I'm gonna let this play on mute.
And that she was banging in the middle of the door. And we heard from a really important witness, Yvonne Costa. The state called her as a witness, and that's Susan's neighbor that shares that wall with her. And she told us that all of a sudden, she heard a banging that was really, really bad. I mean, so bad even her walls were shaking. So bad that she was scared. So it's not just Susan Lawrence saying, man, that banging was so loud, I was scared. Her neighbor says, I was terrified. That's how hard it was. She told us that the banging stopped, and then she heard it again, and then at this time it was even worse. And that there was a lot of it. A lot of banging. Not just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, a lot. She told us that while she heard the banging, she heard voices. Loud, aggressive, very guttural and deep voices, and that it sounded like it was coming from outside. Miss Owens was angry. And if she got through that door, and Susan Lawrence thought that she was going to because she saw it moving in and she heard that crack, she was in fear for her life. Ajike Owens was trespassing on Susan Lawrence's property. And Susan Lawrence was in her home where she had a right to be, and she had no duty to retreat. She had a right to stand her ground and defend herself because she was reasonably afraid. Now, the state may say, well, Susan Lawrence's fear, that wasn't reasonable because Ajike Owens never got through that door. She didn't go over to Susan Lawrence's house to harm her that night. She just merely wanted to go onto her porch and talk to her. They may say, well, did she trespass? Maybe. But she never intended to harm her. But the law on self-defense accounts for situations just like this. Situations where someone unlawfully and forcefully comes onto someone else's property. The law tells us, hey, there are certain circumstances where if certain things happen, you can presume that someone has a reasonable fear. If certain things happen, you can presume that the person was going over there to cause harm. And these next two slides, they deal with that portion of the law. And we sort of have to read these in conjunction with each other, and so I want to go over the definition of dwelling. And this is something that Mr. Buxman didn't talk about, and this is really important. So dwelling means a building or conveyance of any kind, including any attached porch. Whether the building or conveyance is temporary or permanent, or mobile or immobile, which has a roof over it, including a tent, and is designed to be occupied by people lodging therein at night. So remember that includes any attached porch. So when we go back and we're looking at this, the person against whom the defensive force was used, aka Miss Owens, was in the process of unlawfully and forcefully entering or had unlawfully and forcefully entered a dwelling. So a dwelling includes an attached porch. So did Ms. Owens unlawfully and forcefully step onto that porch? Absolutely. Not the door. We don't have to wait for her to get inside the actual house. The patio is part of the house. The law tells us that.
My mic's muted and I'm over here mammon. Ma'am, I'm lady. There was no gate. There was nothing designating that you were not to go past this area to get to her front door. There was no doorbell on the gate area that you should push to announce your arrival before walking onto her porch. I have so many problems with this trespassing thing.
So did she unlawfully go there? Absolutely, she was trespassing. Did she forcefully go onto the porch? Absolutely. How do we know that? Yariel Rodriguez, Jareth Gardner, Rosalie Smith, Yvonne Costa. She's yelling. She's angry. She's loud. She's banging. That's forcefully. That's what makes this different from someone like an Amazon driver coming to deliver a package.
Ma'am? So when my Amazon driver, he threw shit over my fence, should I call and have a 911 report put on him because he abused my package when he threw it over the fence? Girl, I have so many things going through my head that I can't express. And my mouth is too big sometimes. I'm going to shut up.
Miss Owens forcefully went on that attached porch, and that's the dwelling. And if that's the case, we have to presume that Susan Lorincz had a reasonable fear, because the law tells us that we have to. If that's the case, we have to presume
rabbit hole, Cindy.
That Miss Owens was going over there with the intent to commit an unlawful act. We have to presume that. We don't.
Yeah, it'll be open. It'll be open. Anytime. Like I said, anybody ever comes in here, drop a link. I'm always open for live stream. Always, Vibe. Always. But yeah, tonight, sure. 11 o'clock, it'll be open. You gonna come up and watch it with me? More than welcome, love.
Get to guess that. Well, maybe she wasn't going over there. She was just trespassing. No.
I am mouthy, as you see here. And I know you can be mouthy too. I follow you on X. I've seen you on some panels. And I don't mind having you up here. You're just as opinionated as me. Having a counterpart might be productive.
The law says if she unlawfully and forcefully entered that attached porch, we have to presume she was going over there with the intent to do harm to Susan Lorincz. This slide is really important. If you find that Susan Lorincz, who because of prior threats or difficulties with Ajike Owens had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in danger or death or great bodily harm at the hands of Ajike Owens, you may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Susan Lorincz were those of a reasonable person. So let's talk about those prior incidents that we heard about. So Deputy Coleman testified. The state called him as a witness, and he told us, yeah, I went out there in February of 2022. And he told us, Susan Lorincz told me that Ajike Owens had battered her with a trespassing sign, hit her in the leg. And Deputy Coleman spoke to Ajike Owens. And he told us that Miss Owens told him, my dog likes to defecate on Susan's property. That's his favorite spot, and I don't care. That's where he's going to go. And unless she can show me a deed or something other than that, that's where he's going to go. Deputy Coleman talked to Miss Owens about this interaction that she had with Susan Lorincz. And Miss Owens again told the deputy, yeah, I told her I don't care about your sign. I can go get myself a sign if I want. I don't care about it. And she admitted to Deputy Coleman, yeah, I threw the sign. Deputy Coleman told Miss Owens, look, even though she's renting, that is not public space. That is private property. You cannot go over there. If you have an issue, call us. Coleman told us that he saw a red mark on Susan's leg, but despite that, he never arrested Ajike Owens. But we heard from London Remy, though, right? She was there and she saw this. She told us. I saw the sign hit Susan's leg. I mean, it barely hit her, but it hit her. For whatever reason, deputies decided not to arrest Ajike Owens.
Y'all, she's talking about that little bitty no trespass hit her leg, probably on a varicose vein, and with her crippling old self, had a hissy fit, called 911, and want to charge battery charges, and upset that AJ wasn't arrested. Ma'am, it was, if she threw a baseball and bonked you upside the head or something, I see like battery charges. Yeah. Or the kids were throwing a ball and accidentally hit her. Oops. It was an accidental battery. She picked up a sign out of the yard, a simple plastic sign, tossed it, hit her in the leg. Oh my God, let's call 911. Now. I don't like her. I don't like her kids. Let's have her arrested. That's how I feel about it.
Deputy Coleman told us that Susan Lorincz had taken a photograph of Ajike Owens when they were having this confrontation. And this was entered into evidence, and it was stipulated too that this is the photo that Susan Lorincz took of Ajike Owens on February of 2022. Now, we also heard from Shelby Kinsey, and she was another deputy that had responded out in December of 2022 because of another altercation between Ajike Owens and Susan Lorincz. And Deputy Kinsey told us, I spoke to both Susan, I spoke to a mother, didn't even get her name, but spoke to a mother. We later learned it was Miss Owens, and Miss Owens told Deputy Kinsey, yeah, my 9-year-old son was mouthing off to Susan Lorincz. Miss Lorincz had told Deputy Kinsey that Miss Owens came to her house, knocked on her door, and said, if you treat my son like this again, I'm going to rip your ass out of your house and beat you up. Again, on that night, Miss Lorincz told Miss Owens, you are trespassing. Please leave my property. But Miss Owens didn't leave again on that night. She said, I have my son here, and I'm just going to talk to you about what happened. Susan Lorincz said, get off of my property. And when she felt threatened, she called the police, and that's when Ajike Owens left. Deputy Kinsey told us that Miss Owens herself said, Susan told me I was trespassing. Leave. I didn't leave. I wanted to talk to her about what happened with her and my son. Deputy Kinsey told us that Miss Owens herself told her, I said to Susan, if you walk up on my sons again, you're going to have to deal with me. Those were Miss Owens' own words.
As every parent with children would do. You mess with my kids, you're going to mess with me.
Once again, Miss Owens wasn't arrested, and Deputy Kinsey told her, you can't go over there. If you have an issue, call us. In her statement, Susan had told detectives about another time that Miss Owens had followed her a couple months before this incident, where she was like a foot behind her and she was following her almost all the way into her house. And that's the reason why Susan Lorincz had all these no trespassing signs up, members of the jury. She just didn't want people on her property.
Cool vibe, cool.
Now, this slide and this part of the jury instruction sort of deals with that same premise of if there's prior interactions between Miss Lorincz and Miss Owens. And this talks about if you find at the time of the alleged manslaughter by use of a firearm, Susan Lorincz knew that Ajike Owens had committed an act or acts of violence, you may consider that fact in determining whether Susan Lorincz reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use deadly force. Now, Mr. Buxman said, well, threw the sign, hit Susan Lorincz in the leg. London Remy told us that it did, but who cares? It was a flimsy little sign, no big deal. Maybe it's not a big deal to him, but it could be a big deal to Susan Lorincz as she's experiencing a traumatic situation, and it's something you have to take into account, and she knew that she had been previously battered by this woman. It was a big deal to her, to Susan, and that's what matters. In considering the issue of self-defense, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Susan Lorincz and Ajike Owens. Why does the law do that? because it recognizes that a 35-year-old, 293-pound woman is much more dangerous if she gets her hands on a 58-year-old woman with the physical problems that Susan Lorincz had on June 2nd of 2023. Ajike Owens has much more capabilities, and Ms. Lorinc's medical records are in evidence, and you can take your time and you're deliberating and you can go through them and look at all of those things. And we heard Susan talk about all of the medical conditions that she was suffering from when she spoke to detectives about her cervical fusion and her bad knees, her knee going backward, and all of those things. The law says you have to take those things into consideration. I want to play this visualization for you one more time, but as you're watching it and as it transitions into the part where Susan Lorincz is in her home before she fires, I want you to focus on the door. Now, the state asked, I believe it was Mr. Smith, they asked Toby Terpstra, you took some liberties with making this video. That video was created based on Susan Lorinc's statement to detectives where she told them multiple times, I saw that door coming in. I saw that door moving. She says that multiple times throughout her statement. That is what she said. So you can imagine how she sees this door moving the way that it is, and she knows that the door frame is damaged. How scary that must have been for her. And she had a split second to make a decision whether or not to fire her weapon. The state asked some of the witnesses about Susan Lorinc's demeanor after the fact. They did a pretty big deal about, she asked about her cats. They asked another witness, how did she seem? She's like, well, I mean, I don't know. Is it really that unreasonable for someone as a pet owner who has two cats to just say, hey, can you just close my door so that my cats don't run out? Because she asked that question, that must mean she wasn't in fear. And I want to address this, this is my only chance to speak with you, and Mr. Buxman may get up and speak, or he will get up and speak after me, so I want to address this just in case. In her interview, Susan Lorincz, they ask her questions about her researching Stand Your Ground on that second interview from June 6th of 2023. But if we go back and we remember, during that June 3rd of 2023 interview, the detective says to her, the law says it has to be imminent. And he's explaining to her sort of the law, and she's like, okay. Is it reasonable for someone to leave that interview and go and research? Like, man, I wonder what the law really says about this. Is that reasonable? Absolutely. The state argues that Ms. Lorincz knew that law enforcement was on the way, but we know it took law enforcement almost 15 minutes to get there. 8:54 is when she called 911. First officer didn't respond on scene until I believe it was 9:08. A lot can happen in 15 minutes, members of the jury, when you are in fear for your life. A lot. One of the last times the police came out, when Susan Lorincz told them that she had been battered, they didn't even ask Ajike Owens her name. The state says it's only 2.5 minutes. Only 2.5 minutes have went by. But Dr. Bedard, he talked to us about that perception and how that can feel like a very, very long time. And the state introduced some videos that Susan Lorincz had taken earlier in the day, and they had introduced this umbrella, and they introduced these skates. Even Mr. Buxman in his closing admitted, like, none of that even really matters. But they took the time, they introduced those things. Why do they do that? Do these skates, the umbrella, these videos, prove to you in any way that Susan Lawrence wasn't reasonably afraid. Because remember, they have the burden to prove she wasn't acting in self-defense. During the trial, Mr. Smith made it a point to ask some of the witnesses, particularly our expert, Joshua Wright, did you see there could have been gunshot residue on the door? All the stuff about the gunshot residue. Did their crime scene tech ever test the door for gunshot residue? Did you ever hear any of that? It took law enforcement over 2 weeks to even go out and collect that door and place it into evidence. And by that time, Charles Gabard had already got his hands on it, sanded it down, filled it in, painted it over,
Yes, ma'am.
before they even collected the door and placed it into evidence. A door that they made it a point to ask the witnesses, was there any dents, any scratches on it? Waited 2 weeks after Charles Gabard had done work to it to even collect it.
No, sir. No.
So I want to talk to you just a little bit, I'm almost finished, about the state's burden. And I want to show you a little bit about sort of how that means, or what that means. If you are anywhere along this chart, other than the red part at the bottom, you have to find Susan Lawrence not guilty. If you think it was self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt, she's not guilty. If you think, man, this might be self-defense, that's not guilty. Even if you think it probably wasn't self-defense, that's not enough. She's not guilty. It's not until you get down here where they've proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that it was not self-defense. That is the only way that you can find her guilty, because the law says so. Now, this is the verdict form, and this is what you're going to see when you go back there to deliberate. And based on all of the facts and evidence, when you get back there and you're deliberating, we're going to ask you to check that box B. The defendant is not guilty. Thank you.
Mr. Bush, if you, Ms. Sizemore, approach real quick.
Okay, they're going to go break. Sorry, meet Barker. He's on a roll. I don't know what, and I keep telling him to go away, but he doesn't want to listen to me. He wants to be right up here in my stuff.
You ready for it now?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I want to start by talking about a few things in the defendant's interview and the testimony of Roy Bedard, and then I want to talk a little bit about reasonableness and evidence. You heard in the defendant's interview, I think on one occasion, there may have been two occasions, in which she indicated that Miss Owens damaged her door in the past. Well, look at the evidence that we have before us. We know the first incident that happened in February of 22, Deputy Coleman came. There was no indication that the defendant reported any damage to her door, showed Deputy Coleman any damage to her door then. We heard about the incident from February of 2023, February, and Deputy Kinsey responded. There was no indication of any damage done to her door. During the interview, the defendant talked about that third incident where she went over across the street into the driveway and confronted Miss Owens about telling a neighbor that she was a crazy bitch. There was no explanation or no discussion about damage to her door at that point. You heard from Dr. Roy Bedard, and ask yourself, what did he add to this case? He's not a psychologist. He's not a psychiatrist. He is not a medical doctor. He spoke in generalities. He told you about various theories. He told you about the structure in the brain and the adrenal glands and how people make decisions and what happens in a stressful situation. His testimony boils down to the more imminent and severe a threat is to someone, and the less time a person has to assess the situation and process the data, the more error that creeps into the decision. I talked with him about the example of I'm driving down the road, the person ahead of me slams on the brakes, I have to make a split-second decision. Do I slam the brakes? Do I swerve right? Do I swerve left? Or do I just brakes? If I have a half second to react to that, the chances of me stopping or avoiding the threat is lower. If I have more time to evaluate and process the situation and assess my surroundings, the chance of me making a reasonable decision and a safe decision goes.
I don't either. I don't either. I have so many feelings towards it. I know in Texas, I think it's overused, way overused in Texas, way overused. I know I probably just made like a shocking face. There's a case that I've been following, and I just had a pop-up saying that they may have found the body of the autistic teen that has been missing. And it just shocked me. I might have to review that in a little bit. Yeah.
It's common
Sorry.
sense.
Squirrel.
The threat, this perceived threat that the defendant indicated she had that day was not imminent. The threat, assuming you can even call somebody banging on a door and yelling a threat, was a threat that was coming from the opposite side of a closed, locked, deadbolted metal door. It was not immediate. It was not imminent. It was not about to happen. There was no threat. And the defendant didn't have a split second to make a decision. She had a period of time to make a decision. And she made a variety of decisions during that period of time. And that's kind of what I want to go over in this part of my closing. She told the detectives that she thought the door was going to break in. She thought Miss Owens was going to burst through the door and kill her. We know that the defendant is prone to unreasonable degrees of fear. When she was talking in her interview about the sign throwing incident, she told the detectives, and then when the first time when she threw the things at me, she was just so horrible to me. I was like, I just had neck surgery. And I'm like, she could have really killed me. And I was just like, oh dear God, she was just violent. She is describing an incident where Miss Owens picked up a no trespassing sign, 8 by 10, with 2 little prongs to go into the ground, and tossed it at her as she was walking away. Is that reasonable to believe that that act could have reasonably killed the defendant? Of course not. And again, London Remy showed you how it happened, showed you that she tossed it. But she tells the detectives that she's like, Miss Owens could have really killed me. That tells you the reasonableness of her fear. And remember, we're looking at reasonableness through the eyes of an average, ordinary, everyday person. You heard about it, and we talked about the incident, the second incident that Deputy Kinsey responded to. And Deputy Kinsey told you that she walked up and talked to the defendant. The defendant's first complaint was about the kids trespassing. And only after that does she explain or say that, oh, Miss Owens said that she was going to drag me out and whip my butt. It's interesting that she never mentions anything about that on the 911 call. She doesn't say, oh my God, I had to shoot through this door, this woman had threatened me in the past. She doesn't say that. She doesn't mention anything about that statement in either of her 2 interviews, despite talking to the detectives for hours.
No, she mentions in the 911 call that she has a white junky car over there and that her children are horrible children. I mean, this woman, yes. And I keep thinking about that vibe, the stand your ground. It's very misused here. Very misused. I can't get that out of my head right now.
Ask yourself, how much of a role did that event play in the defendant's decision-making process to fire the gun through that locked, deadbolted metal door? Let's look more closely at the circumstances about what was going on that night and look at her own words to assess how truly afraid and how reasonable her fear was. Her first 911 call.
I'm very scared.
It's a cell phone video from her phone taken 5 minutes before she makes a 911 call. That's what's causing her fear. That's taken moments before she calls 911. Ask yourself, is that a reasonable fear? And she's in fear for her life.
Stop.
That's not reasonable. So she tells the 911 operator that she is so afraid of these children, she's in fear for her life from these children. Does she run into her house, barricade her house that very moment? No. About 30 or 40 seconds before she calls 911, she's outside taking more video. But she just tells the 911 operator she was in fear of the children. Ask yourself again, is that reasonable? Her actions are completely inconsistent with somebody being in fear for her life from those children. Still the initial 911 call. Does that sound like fear of the children, or does that sound like anger?
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
I locked my doors.
She tells the 911 operator she locks her doors, so there is no danger. Those doors were still locked. That door was still locked and deadbolted when Miss Owens comes over. Now, she says she was in such fear of these children, in fear for her life, based on what she told the 911 operator. But there's a chain up there on the door as well. Does she activate that chain? She does not. She doesn't add that third level of security. Why not add that level of security if she was truly in fear for her life from these children? She doesn't do that because she wasn't afraid. She was angry. If she's in such fear of this 9-year-old child, does she take the chair that she says that she places under the doorknob and put it there for added security?
No.
Because again, she's not in fear of these children. She's angry. She had to walk right by that chair to go to the bathroom, like she says that she was when the pounding and things started. So we know from her interview that when this pounding and yelling began, she was in the bathroom. She hears this pounding and yelling, and she is so afraid, she goes and washes her hands. She tells you that the pounding and yelling stopped. Like it would stop if somebody is banging on the door, come out, and there's a pause for the person inside to come to the door or to react or acknowledge. Then when there is no reaction or no answer to the door, the pounding starts up again and gets louder. That is the complete opposite of somebody who is trying to get into the house. Again, there is no evidence that Ms. Owens was trying to get into the defendant's house. If she wanted to, she had every ability to do so. But she's banging, come out, pause and wait, bang again. And then the gunshot happens. If she wanted to get into the house, why not check the sliding glass door? Why not continually bang? Why not throw the body up against the door? None of that happened. We heard from Uriel Rodriguez, who said none of that happened. She was banging. And she was banging harder. The state never tried to hide that, and I never tried to suggest otherwise. She was banging hard. As we talked earlier in my first closing, that the defendant she's not required legally to retreat because she is in her own home. So in order for her to claim and argue self-defense, she doesn't first have to retreat. But her actions inside the house are relevant to consider the degree of fear, the reasonableness of her actions, and the imminence of this perceived threat. So what do we know? When the banging and yelling started, she's in the bathroom. This is based on her own words in her interviews. She doesn't shut and lock her bathroom door to put up another barrier between herself and this perceived threat. Instead, she leaves the confines of that additional safe space and walks towards the kitchen, towards the door. Does that sound like someone who is afraid for her life? Of course she's not, because there's a big metal lock that bolted.
That's who. 19-year-old Zacharias Stallings. He has Asperger's syndrome. Last seen his home insurance on October 18, 2025. He was wearing a white shirt and black shorts. They are currently, there's a body has been found and it's believed to be his. And they are on the scene right now. So it's very sad. It's fluid, so I don't do anything until we have more facts. So that's why I don't put things out until I have more facts. I don't like doing that. But this is it's the 19-year-old that's been missing since the 18th. So
Door standing between her and the knocker and the yeller. In her interview, she admitted that the first words out of Ms. Owens' mouth were, "Why do you speak to my children this way?" Not, "I'm going to kill you." Not gonna, "I'm going to come into your house." Why do you speak to the children this way? When the yelling starts, she doesn't go find her phone that she had 2 minutes earlier when she just hung up the phone with 911 to call again. Instead, she goes to the bathroom to wash her hands. Ask yourself, how truly, reasonably terrified is she? The banging starts up again and she goes to her bedroom. She grabs the gun from her bedroom, and she doesn't grab the .22, the Ruger, the little plinker that she called it. She grabs the more powerful .380 Remington firearm. She doesn't shut and lock her bedroom door where she is with the gun to put up another barrier between her and this perceived threat in case by some chance, if she truly believes that Ms. Owens is going to come into her house, now she has another barrier to protect her. She doesn't do that. She doesn't walk around the corner and point the gun, ready and waiting. No, she doesn't do that. Instead, she leaves the additional safety and security and that additional barrier that she could have put up and walks towards the door. Walks towards this perceived life-threatening threat. She says she walks up to the kitchen table, she raises her firearm, points it at center of mass, where a person would be, and pulls the trigger. One shot. Not a panic flurry of gunfire, One controlled, precise shot, a kill shot. Ms. Sizemore told you that the defendant, there's evidence that at the time, right before she shot, the defendant said that she heard a crack in the door. You will listen to both interviews and the 911 call. You look at the transcripts. If you want to listen to them again, you have every right as a jury to listen to those interviews again. Nowhere in those interviews does she say anything such as, I heard the door breaking, I heard the door cracking before I fired. If you want to listen to them again, you have every right to do so. There's no wood splinters on the floor. There's no new damage to the door frame. There's no wood hanging off when the deputies get there and the crime scene investigators examine it. There's no evidence whatsoever to indicate that there was a crack before the gunshot took place. You heard from Josh Wright and Toby Terpstra. They collectively created the diagram as well as the digital animation. And using the diagram created by the defense, before we did that, Catherine Medina, there was discussion about Catherine Medina doing a trajectory analysis and how that she didn't calibrate certain things. Her role was not to do a full-blown trajectory analysis. She's told you she doesn't have the training and the experience to do that. Her goal was to create a general representation of the trajectory. And even Josh Wright said, based on what she did, it may be a little larger cone of error, but her job and what she did in her representation was a good representation of where the defendant would have been in the path of the travel of the trajectory of the bullet. But take the diagram provided by the defense as true. Who fires a gun like this? She's trained, she's gone to the range, she's practiced. She's, I think in her interview, she said she's watched videos of how to properly shoot and things like that. She even demonstrated in her interview that she held the gun like normal people hold the gun.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. We all saw in her little interview, when we did see it, she held it like a normal, you would hold a normal. Nobody's going to stand up, put their arm way up above their head. This is so inconsistent with what you would naturally do in a situation. If you were fearing for your life, that's not how you would hold a gun, in my opinion.
Don't hold the gun over your head like that. That's the representation provided by the defense. That is inaccurate. That's not reasonable. People don't do that. In order for the gun to be brought down lower, she has to advance closer and closer to the door to maintain that trajectory line. Now, ultimately, does it really make much of a difference where the defendant is standing in her house when she fires? Not really. Does it matter if she's standing right by the kitchen table or she's standing a foot or two up or a foot or two back? Not really. It doesn't change the facts in this case. What's important about where she's standing is, assuming she's even standing where she says she was standing, what's important is, after she gets the gun, she's approaching the door. She's walking towards whatever this life-threatening threat that she thinks there is. She's approaching that threat. That is inconsistent with somebody who is afraid for their life. Unless you're a law enforcement officer, or military, or firefighter, most people don't approach the threat. They don't run towards the threat. You heard and saw the video reenactment created by Mr. Terpstra. He admitted that that was based on the defendant's version of events. The video and the way he went about creating it, it was pretty cool. It was neat. But ask yourself, what does it add to this case? It shows Miss Owens banging on a sliding glass door. Well, we know that happened. Gary Rodriguez told you that. It shows the defendant, or Miss Owens banging on the outside of the defendant's door. Well, we know that happened too. It showed the defendant walking towards the door with her gun raised and firing a shot through the door. We know that happened. And it showed the shooting of the projectile, the bullet, through that closed door and hitting Miss Owens. We know that happened. Now, he took some artistic liberties by making the mirror shake and the door shake, and he did that on his own. He's basing it on the defendant's interview, but he decided how to make that happen and how to artistically represent that to represent the degree of force that the defendant said she saw. That's not evidence. That's a representation of his artistic representation of what he thinks the defendant meant and what the defendant said she saw. Again, the video was cool, but it really doesn't add anything to this case. So after the shooting, we hear she makes the second 911 call. And we heard during the first couple minutes of that second 911 call, she's crying. She's upset. Of course she's crying and upset, ladies and gentlemen. She just fired a shot. She knows she shot somebody and realized the gravity and the implications of what her decision was. But notice how her demeanor changes very quickly during that 911 call when she starts talking about the children.
Something's trespassing over here. The bothering me and bothering today. That's fucking up fast. Actually, her boys were here earlier. They keep using the garbage all around the house. And then I told them to take the crap away, get the stuff out of here.
That's after she fires and after the first initial minute or two of her crying.
I'm going to rewind that and I'm going to mute it and I'm going to read what she said because that's loud. Says, she starts talking about the children. Keep trespassing over here and they're bothering me and they're bothering. They won't stop. She and her boys were here earlier. They keep leaving or keep in the garage and I told them to take the crap and get the fuck out of here. And after that, she fires the initial shot.
Minute or two of her crying.
Okay.
She's still angry on the 911 call. You saw Deputy Barbosa's body-worn camera when they first made contact with the defendant. That happened right after she hung up with 911. She wasn't hysterical. She wasn't bawling her eyes out. She was calm. She was cool. She was collected. I think she asked to go in and get water and asked for something to be done with the cats.
Yeah, for the cats.
And look at her demeanor within minutes of being placed in the patrol car. She's, again, not crying. She's not hysterical. This goes to the reasonableness of her fear. Deputy Welfenberg described her demeanor as indifferent. As I said earlier, ladies and gentlemen, the law requires the threat of...
Okay, not everybody has the same reaction to fear. We have to give her that, granted. But if you're in such fear for your life that you're going to shoot somebody, you are not going to walk away and just be all calm, cool, and let me rephrase that. I would not walk away being all calm, cool, and collected. I would be flipping my shit. I would be panicking. I would be having anxiety. I'd be holding my chest. I would be freaked out that I just actually pulled that trigger and injured somebody. Not knowing that she does pass away, but knowing that I injured. Even in that moment of panic. So the fact that she was so calm, cool, and collected was very telling, in my opinion.
Death or great bodily harm to be imminent before deadly force is used. There was no imminence at the time she fired that gun. The word imminent is very important. It's included in the law and in the instructions for a very important reason. In order for the defendant to lawfully use deadly force, the threat to her life had to be imminent, had to be ready to happen, had to be staring her in the face, such that she had to act at that moment to protect herself. Now, some of the defendant's medical records were introduced, and there's no dispute that she has those medical records and she has some medical conditions. And if this was a situation where Ms. Owens broke down the door or broke that sliding glass door and was coming at the defendant, those medical records might be relevant because her physical ability to actually engage in a fight could be relevant to this case. None of that happened. Why? Because there was a big door standing between the two of them that couldn't be breached. The defendant knows what imminent means. You heard in one of the interviews that she did, she gave an example to the detectives. She said, imminent danger is like when a 4-ton truck is coming straight at you and they are swerving with you as you try to run away. That's a very different situation than somebody banging on the outside of a secure door and yelling with no ability to enter. Ms. Owens is not a 4-ton truck. She was not coming at the defendant when the defendant fired. She was not swerving to try to get to the defendant as the defendant ran away. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant didn't have a half second to process this. She had minutes to process this. All the decision making that we just went through in the beginning of this part of my closing, all the decisions she made, where she went, wash your hands, go here, walk around here, go to the trash can, grab a more powerful weapon, come and approach the threat and fire. And then she had the presence of mind to go back with the gun she just used to shoot and put it back in the trash can underneath the smaller .22 Ruger. Ladies and gentlemen, as a society, we do not condone shooting another person because of an act that may occur in the future, or because X, Y, and Z may happen, and I may be forced to defend myself. Law enforcement officers are not allowed to go around shooting people because the person may have a gun, may pull it out, may threaten the officer with it.
That's sustained.
The danger has to be imminent. Not, it could happen. It may happen. If 2 or 3 or 4 things occur, it may happen. That's not imminent. The defendant does not get to shoot Ms. Owens because Ms. Owens may somehow manage to get through that door and may then decide to attack. Because before that door is actually broken in, Ms. Owens has no physical ability to cause any harm whatsoever. That is the law that we've agreed to live by. Because there was no imminent danger when the defendant pulled the trigger, her decision to shoot and kill Ms. Owens was not reasonable, and it was unlawful. We talked in jury selection that your role in this case is to determine whether or not the defendant's actions on the night of June 2nd, 2023 violated the law. It is not anyone's role here to determine if the defendant is a good or a bad person. And this decision that you're about to make should not be based on sympathy to Ms. Owens, her family, sympathy to the defendant. Your decision in this case should be based on the law as the judge reads it to you, and how the facts that you know that have been proven apply to that law. And as I said when I started this, the facts really aren't in dispute. Ms. Owens is banging on the door yelling. She's angry. She's angry about how the defendant treated her children. Ms. Owens is not trying to jiggle the doorknob or break down the sliding glass door, break the window, not trying to get into the house in any way. Law enforcement was on their way. She gets her gun. She fires one shot, center of mass, which kills Ms. Owens. The judge will tell you that it's your duty to determine if the defendant is guilty of manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty, it is his job to determine what the proper punishment or sentence should be, not yours. I submit to you that if you are back in the deliberation room talking about the case, and you're thinking, what's going to happen if she is found guilty? You've already made your decision if she is guilty, because that's what the evidence has proven. After you boil down the facts and circumstances, you really have to answer one question, like I said when I started. Following the laws that we have agreed upon, is it okay to shoot through that closed, locked, deadbolted metal door as someone who is banging on it and yelling, but posing no imminent threat? Based on the facts of this case, it's not okay. Based on the law in this case, it's not okay. Just being afraid is not enough. Just her saying.
She did, but supposedly it was after her arrest and release. After she was originally detained and released, because she was not arrested at first until there was an outcry by the community that said this was not stand your ground. That's when NAACP got involved. That's when Ben Crump got involved. That's when the state attorney ended up looking into it further and found that it didn't fit a stand your ground law.
She's afraid is not enough. Using that ordinary, average, everyday person standard, you have to ask yourself, were her actions reasonable? Was her decision reasonable? And was that threat imminent? Was it about to happen right now? Ladies and gentlemen, the facts of this case have proven her decision was not reasonable. The decision wasn't made while acting in necessary self-defense. It was not justified. Because of that decision, because of that unlawful decision, Ajike Owens lost her life. We ask you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter with a firearm, because that's what the evidence has proven beyond any reasonable doubt, and that's what the law requires. Thank you.
Okay, we will pause there because I will go over a couple things. So they go to deliberate. They come back twice, needing more information. Okay? They come back. They want to re-listen to the 2 911 calls Lorincz had made on the night of the shooting. In the first, before the shooting, she sounded calm in reporting the confrontation with the children and telling the dispatcher her door was locked. Okay? Then the second question that came through in the second one they wanted to hear the second one made after the shot. Ajike Owens, her voice was barely audible after, as she had reported, having fired her gun. Okay, so those were the two questions that they had come back with. What was you asking? I have so many questions. Wonder what she did as soon as she shot. Did she open the door? She said they didn't say she opened the door. She called 911. When it happened, the neighbors had come and pulled her away. All that is on body cam, and it is in the Perfect Neighbor episode. So they deliberate for 2 hours. Here's where they come back with one question. And then here's where they come back for the second question. And then we're going to come back down here. and the verdict is fixing to be read. This is why I love speed trialing. I don't watch them. I don't know what's going on. Sometimes I know the verdict. I know this is up to 30 years. Manslaughter is up to 30 years if convicted. So I'm not sure what they give her. No, Vibe. I don't mind. I'm a very open chat. Sometimes I have 5 people in here. Sometimes I have 10 people in here. Sometimes I have 2 people in here. But you know what? I enjoy doing it, and that's why I'm here. So and like I said, I'm always open panel. Anybody ever comes in, they just ask, drop a link. I have one girl, Denise. She pops in every so often. She's probably watching on the big TV. Hi, Denise. Hi, Ann. Hi, lover girl. Anyways, yeah, they watch me on the big TV because I'm much better on a big 80-inch TV for some reason some days. I don't know. They just say I'm funny and crazy. But anyways, no, I don't mind you typing so much. Like I said, the link's always open anytime. You just ask. I drop them. Anybody can come up here and talk. I don't pin. The reason I don't pin is because a lot of times when I'm doing trials like this, my pin constantly changes because I pin who's ever on the stand to let anybody who's coming in know who is on the stand speaking. Notice all the cops gathering. Keep the family away. We know there's tension. Damn. All right, here we go.
Court's now back in session.
Have a seat, everybody. All right, we're going to go back on the record on the state of Florida versus Susan Lawrence. What we're going to do is we'll bring the jurors back in. Before we take the verdict from them, I'm going to read the jurors their instructions upon discharge, which gives the jurors their rights. I hope everyone will respect that. And remind everybody to keep the same calm demeanor we've had the whole trial. Again, I appreciate it. The jurors will pass a note to the bailiff and to me. The clerk ultimately will publish the verdict. Either side wants the jurors polled. Again, we will poll them by number. Okay, and they have their numbers.
Maybe.
Let's bring them in.
Bring them in. Let's fast forward till they get here. Luxury of Zoom. My
Yes, ma'am.
favorite part.
Okay, yep. What I'm going to read to you is the last instruction. This regards you as jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of the verdict in this case. Is that correct? What I'm going to read to you is the last instruction.
Okay.
This regards you as jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred.
This is odd. Usually they read a verdict and then the judge says, thank you for your service, blah, blah, blah. This is odd. I'm not used to this way.
Discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss your verdict or your deliberations may...
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have said that. Thank you for bringing that up. They took a little over 2 hours. That's all they took, was a little over 2 hours to deliberate this. And they came back with those 2 questions. They wanted to see about the 911 calls. 2 hours.
Come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. Can you please hand the verdict to the bailiff, please? I'll have the clerk read the verdict.
Verdict as to count 1. We, the jury, find as to count 1 of the charge. The defendant is guilty of manslaughter.
Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the offense, the defendant personally used a firearm? Yes. So say we all, dated the 16th day of August, 2024.
Does either side wish to poll the jurors to be polled?
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, please poll the jurors by number only.
Juror number 1.
And while that's going on, we have a special thing. We have a special. She will be added to our list. Are you ready? She'll be added.
Ms. Lawrence, the jury has found you guilty of manslaughter with a firearm. You're going to be adjudicated guilty of that offense. I assume that sentencing will be at a later date. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge.
Are you requesting a pre-sentence investigation?
Yes, sir.
What I'm going to do is have the Department of Corrections prepare a pre.
Okay, so with that, we're going to go for the evening for now. Burnt toast is on. That's my hangout on a typical Thursday night. So I'm going to go over there. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, I'll have my regular 3 p.m. We will cover her actual sentencing, and we will review her sister getting on the stand and talking about her. And then we're going to switch over to the Julio Fulio, Florida versus Alicia Andrews for the first full day of trial. But tonight, 11 o'clock. Y'all see I'm all over the place. 11 o'clock Central Time, I will be back, open panel, and I'm going to do a Rubber Ramada review of the opening statements. I started to watch it on my TV and I said, whoa, hold up. Nope, I need to do this live. I got reactions. I got shit to say. And y'all know me and my shit to say. Don't know what's going to come out of my mouth. So until then, I will see y'all later on. If you want to come back, I will see you then. If not, tomorrow. Till next time, whatever. Peace. Rubber out. Y'all have a great rest of your night. Go watch the clouds roll by, catch some stars, walk your animals. That's what I'm going to do. Bye.
Life's a ride on a rickety old track.